Good morning. My name is Adam Hull, and our country is going through one of the most difficult changes we could ever imagine in our history, especially those of us who have been alive for at least 20, 30 years. The ones who have been alive for 50, 60 years have probably noticed this change quite a bit differently than we have. Get to the 80, 90-year-olds, and they would definitely tell you that we're on a precipice of something that even they couldn't explain from what they've seen with their own eyes in history. Our country is not the country it once used to be. Let me read the Constitution first for us to remind us of what it is to be United States of America. After that, I'll read the Bill of Rights. And then I have a video that we can watch that's about an hour and 45 minutes long by Dr. John Coleman about the Committee of 300 and the systematic takeover of our systems and what their plan is for the future. It might sound conspiracy-like, but actually it's built in truth. And I would greatly appreciate it if you would sit here with me and have the patience to at least listen to the words that are said. You don't have to watch. Just put an earbud in, put some headphones on. Understand what it means to be an American in a time of change like we are going through right now, and what we must fight for. Because you must also remember that the people who founded our country in the first place were in their 20s and 30s. They weren't old men, they weren't old women. And this is a time where women can also join in whatever new creation comes, because we've grown past it. Let's move past this era of commerce, slavery, in a sense, and into the future of abundance. We the people of the United States. We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessing of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Article 1, Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. Section 2. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years, and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states, which may be included within this Union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years. In such manner they shall by law direct. The number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least 1 representative, and until such enumeration shall be made, the state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose 3, Massachusetts 8, Rhode Island and Providence plantations 1, Connecticut 5, New York 6, New Jersey 4, Pennsylvania 8, Delaware 1, Maryland 6, Virginia 10, North Carolina 5, South Carolina 5, and Georgia 3. When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers, and shall have the sole power of impeachment. The Senate of the United States, Section 3. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators, from each state, chosen by the legislature thereof, for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. Immediately after, they shall be assembled in consequence of the first election. They shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes. The seats of the senators of the first class shall be vacated at the expiration of the 2nd year, of the second class at the expiration of the 4th year, and of the third class at the expiration of the 6th year, so that 1/3 may be chosen every 2nd year. And if vacancies happen by resignation or otherwise during the recess of the legislature of any state, the executive thereof may make temporary appointments until the next meeting of the legislature, which shall then fill such vacancies. No person shall be a senator who shall not have attained to the age of 30 years, and been 9 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of the state for which he shall be chosen. The Vice President of the United States shall be President of the Senate, but shall have no vote, unless they be equally divided. The Senate shall choose their other officers, and also a President pro tempore, in the absence of the Vice President, or when he shall exercise the office of President of the United States. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When sitting for that purpose, they shall be on oath or affirmation. When the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside, and no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. But the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. Section 4. The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations, except as to the places of choosing senators. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meeting shall be on the first Monday in December, unless they shall by law appoint a different day. Section 5. Each House shall be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members, and a majority of each shall be constitute a quorum to do business. But a smaller number may adjourn from day to day, and may be authorized to compel the attendance of absent members in such manner and under such penalties as each House may provide. Each House may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and, with the concurrence of 2/3, expel a member. Each House shall keep a journal of its proceedings, and from time to time publish the same, excepting such parts as may in their judgment require secrecy, and the yeas and nays of the members of either House on any question shall, at the desire of 1/5 of those present, be entered on the journal. Neither House, during the session of Congress, shall, without the consent of the other, adjourn for more than 3 days, nor to any other place than that in which the 2 Houses shall be sitting. Section 6. The senators and representatives shall receive a compensation for their services, to be asserted by law and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. They shall in all cases, except treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses, and in going to and returning from the same, and for any speech or debate in either house. They shall not be questioned in any other place. No senator or representative shall, during the time for which he was elected, be appointed to any civil office under the authority of the United States, which shall have been created, or the emoluments whereof shall have been increased during such time, and no person holding any office under the United States shall be a member of either house during his continuance in office. Quick drink. Section 7. All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. Every bill which shall have passed the House of Representatives and the Senate shall, before it become a law, be presented to the President of the United States. If he approve, he shall sign it, but if not, he shall return it, with his objections to the House in which it shall have originated, who shall enter the objections at large on their journal, and proceed to reconsider it. If after such reconsideration 2/3 of that House shall agree to pass the bill, it shall be sent, together with the objections, to the other House, by which it shall likewise be reconsidered. And if approved by 2/3 of that House, it shall become law. But in all such cases, the votes of both houses shall be determined by yeas and nays, and the names of the persons voting for and against the bill shall be entered on the journal of each house respectively. If any bill shall not be returned by the President within 10 days, Sunday excepted, after it shall have been presented to him, the same shall be a law, in like manner as if he had signed it, unless the Congress by their adjournment prevent its return, in which case it shall not be a law. Every order, resolution, or vote to which the concurrence of the Senate and House of Representatives may be necessary, except on a question of adjournment, shall be presented to the President of the United States, and before the same shall take effect, shall be approved by him, or being disapproved by him, shall be repassed by 2/3 the Senate and the House of Representatives, according to the rules and limitations prescribed in the case of a bill. Section 8. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, and imposts and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniformed throughout the United States. To borrow money on the credit of the United States, to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states, and with the Indian tribes, to establish an uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States, to coin money, regulate the value thereof and of foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures. This part's important right now. Like, we live in debt to the entire world. That's the prison. To coin money, regulate the value thereof and of foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures, what is valuable and what is not, in whose eyes, in accordance to what rules. To establish post offices and post roads. To promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. To provide the punishments of counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States. To constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court. To define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas, an offense against the law of nations. The internet's kind of like the high seas nowadays. Think about it. To declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water. To raise and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years. To provide and maintain a navy. To make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces. To provide for calling forth the militia, to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the States respectively the appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress. To exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district, not exceeding 10 miles square, as may, by cession of particular states, and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of the government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be, for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings, and to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers, and all other powers vested by this Constitution in the government of the United States, or in any department or officer thereof. Section 9. The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit, shall not be prohibited by Congress prior to the year 1808, but a tax or duty may be imposed on such importation, not exceeding $10 for each person. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended, unless when in case of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require it. No bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid, unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. No tax or duty shall be laid on articles exported from any state. No preference shall be given by any regulation of commerce or revenue to the ports of one state over those of another. Nor shall vessels bound to or from one state be obliged to enter, clear, or pay duties in another. No money shall be drawn from the treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law, and a regular statement and account of the receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office or profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept any present, emolumation, office, or title of any kind whatsoever from any king, prince, or foreign state. I refused. Section 10. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emits bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts, pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts, or grant any title of nobility. No state shall, without the consent of the Congress, lay any imposts or duties on imports or exports, except what may be absolutely necessary for executing its inspection laws, and the next produce of all duties and imports laid by any state on imports or exports shall be for the use of the Treasury of the United States, and all such laws shall be subject to the revision and control of the Congress. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any duty of tonnage, keep troops or ships of war in time of peace, enter into any agreement or compact with another state, or with a foreign power, or engage in war, unless actually invaded, or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay. So why are we in a wartime state right now then? Good question. Article 2, Section 1. The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. He shall hold his office during the term of 4 years, and, together with the Vice President, chosen for the same term, be elected as follows. Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors, equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress. But no senator or representative or person holding an office of trust or profit under the United States shall be appointed an elector. The electors shall meet in their respective states, and vote by ballot for 2 persons, of whom one at least shall not be in inhibition of the same state with themselves. And they shall make a list of all persons voted for, and of the number of votes for each, which list they shall sign and certify and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the President, if such number may be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if there may be more than one who have such majority, and have an equal number of votes, then the House of Representatives shall immediately choose by ballot one of them for President. And if no person have a majority, then from the 5 highest on the list the said House shall in like manner choose the President. But in choosing the President, the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. In every case, after the choice of the President, the person having the greatest number of votes of the electors shall be the Vice President. But if there should remain 2 or more who have equal votes, the Senate shall choose from them by ballot the Vice President. The Congress may determine the time of choosing the electors, and the day on which they shall give their votes, which day shall be the same throughout the United States. No person except a natural-born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution shall be eligible to the office of President. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years, and been 14 years a resident within the United States. In case of the removal of the President from office, or of his death, resignation, or inability to discharge the powers and duties of the said office, the same shall devolve on the Vice President, and the Congress may by law provide for the case of removal, death, resignation, or inability, both of the President and Vice President, declaring what officer shall then act as President, and such officer shall act accordingly until the disability be removed, or a President shall be elected. The President shall, as stated times, receive for his services a compensation which shall neither be increased nor diminished during the period for which he shall have been elected, and he shall not receive within that period any other emolument from the United States, or any of them. Before he enter onto the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath of affirmation. I do solemnly swear, or affirm, that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. I just took the oath. Section 2. The President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, and of the militia of several states, when called into the actual service of the United States. He may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer in each of the executive departments, upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices, and he shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in the case of impeachment. He shall have power, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provide 2/3 of the senators present concur, and he shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and councils, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law. But the Congress may by law vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper, in the President alone, and in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. The President shall have power to fill up all vacancies that may happen during the recess of the Senate, by granting commissions which shall expire at the end of their next session. Section 3. He shall from time to time give the Congress information of the States of the Union, and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. He may, on extraordinary occasions, convene both houses, or either of them, and in case of disagreement between them with respect to the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them in such time as he shall think proper. He shall receive ambassadors and other public ministers. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and shall commission all the officers of the United States. Section 4. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. I'm going to reread that because this section is going to be what flips our government upside down, if not before 2024 election, shortly thereafter. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. This is every president since before George Bush Sr., at least in common day. You'll find out more later. Article 3, Section 1. Take a drink. Are you guys fired up for the country or not? Like, do you care about it? Like, if you're listening right now, then I really truly want to believe that you care. So thank you for sticking in here, because we still got a lot of video left. The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court, and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. The judges, both of the Supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior, and shall at stated times receive for their services a compensation which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. Section 2. The judicial power shall extend to all cases, in law and equity, arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made, or which shall be made, under their authority, to all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers, and councils, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, to controversies to which the United States shall be a party, to controversies between two or more states, between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states, between citizens of the same state claiming lands under grants of different states, and between a state or their citizens thereof, and foreign states, citizens or subjects. In all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls shall, and those in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. In all the other cases before mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact, with such exceptions and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury, and such trial shall be held in the state where the said crimes shall have been committed. But when not committed within any state, the trial shall be at such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed. Section 3. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them, or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of two witnesses to the same overt act, or on confession in open court. The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood and forfeiture, except during the life of the person attainted. That's another important one. Article 4, Section 1. Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to their public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state, and the Congress may by general laws prescribe the manner in which such acts, records, and proceedings shall be proved, and the effect thereof. Section 2. The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime, who shall flee from justice and be found in another state, shall, on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up, to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime. No person held to service or labor in one state, under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labors may be due. Section 3. New states may be admitted by the Congress into this Union, but no new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state, nor any state be formed by the junction of two or more states, or parts of states, without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned as well as of the Congress. The Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States. And nothing in this Constitution shall be so construed as to prejudice any claims of the United States, or of any particular state. Section 4. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this Union a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion, and, on application of the legislature, or of the executive when the legislature cannot be convened, against domestic violence. Article 5. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, or, on the application of the legislators of 2/3 of several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which in either case shall be valid to all intents and purposes, as part of this Constitution, when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress, provided that no amendment which may be made prior to the year 1808 shall in any manner affect the first and fourth clauses in the 9th section of the first article, and that no state, without its consent, shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate. Article 6. All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. The senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution, but no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Article 7. The ratification of the conventions of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this Constitution before the states so ratifying the same. Done in convention by the unanimous consent of the states present the 17th day of September in the year of our Lord 1788, 7 and of the independence of the United States of America, and the 12th, in witness whereof we have hereunto subscribed our names. Washington, and deputy from Virginia. New Hampshire, John Langdon, Nicholas Gilman. Massachusetts, Nathaniel Gorham, Rufus King. Connecticut, Samuel Johnson, Roger Sherman. New York, Alexander Hamilton. Got his shirt right here, actually. New Jersey, Livingston, David Brearley. Patterson, Jonah Dayton. Pennsylvania, B. Franklin, Thomas Mifflin. Morris, Geo Clymer. Fitzsimmons, Jared Ingersoll, James Wilson, and Gouv Morris. Delaware, Geo Reed, Gunning Bedford June. John Dickinson, Richard Bassett. Broome, Maryland. James McHenry. Dan of St. Thomas Jennifer. Dan Carroll, Virginia. John Blair, James Madison Jr. North Carolina, Blount, Dobbs Spate, and Hugh Williamson. South Carolina, Rutledge, Charles Coatsworth Pinckney, Charles Pinckney, Pierce Butler. Georgia, William Few, Aber Baldwin. Attest William Jackson, Secretary. In convention Monday, September 17th, 1787, present, the states of New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Mr. Hamilton from New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. Resolved, that the preceding Constitution be laid before the United States in Congress assembled, and that it is the opinion of this convention that it should afterwards be submitted to a convention of delegates, chosen in each state by the people thereof, under the recommendation of its legislature, for their assent and ratification, and that each convention assenting to and ratifying the same should give notice thereof to the United States in Congress assembled. Resolved, that it is the opinion of this convention that as soon as the conventions of 9 states shall have ratified this Constitution, the United States in Congress assembled should fix a day on which electors should be appointed by the states which shall have ratified the same, and a day on which the electors should assemble to vote for the President, and the time and place for commencing proceedings under this Constitution. That after such publication the electors should be appointed, and the senators and representatives elected, that the electors should meet on the day fixed for the election of the President, and should transmit their votes certified, signed, sealed, and directed, as the Constitution requires, to the Secretary of the United States in Congress assembled. That the senators and representatives should convene at the time and place assigned. That the senators should appoint a President of the Senate for the sole purpose of receiving, opening, and counting the votes for President, and that after he shall be chosen, the Congress, together with the President, should, without delay, proceed to execute this Constitution. By the unanimous order of the Convention, George Washington, President, and W. Jackson, Secretary. Language in brackets has been changed by amendment. The amendments to the Constitution of the United States as ratified by the states. Preamble to the Bill of Rights. Congress of the United States begun and held at the city of New York on Wednesday, the 4th of March. The conventions of a number of the states, having at the time of their adopting the Constitution, expressed a desire, in order to prevent misconstruction or abuse of its powers, that further declaratory and restrictive clauses should be added, and, as extending the ground of public confidence in the government, will best ensure the beneficent ends of its institution, Resolved by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America, in Congress assembled, 2/3 of both houses concurring that the following articles be proposed to the legislatures of several states, as amendments to the Constitution of the United States, all or any of which articles, when ratified by 3/4 of said legislatures, to be valid to all intents and purposes as part of the said Constitution. Articles. In addition to and amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America, proposed by Congress and ratified by the legislatures of the several states, pursuant to the 5th article of the original Constitution. Note, the first 10 amendments to the Constitution were ratified December 15, 1791, and form what is known as the Bill of Rights. Amendment 1. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. All of this has been destroyed already. Amendment 2. A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. What state do you live in? Amendment 3. No soldier shall, in times of peace, be quartered in any house, without the consent of the owner, nor in the time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. Amendment 4. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Amendment 5. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia, when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Amendment 6. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial, by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Amendment 7. In suits at common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of common law. Amendment 8. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Amendment 9. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Amendment 10. The powers not delegated to the United States by Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. Amendments 11 through 27. Amendment 11. Passed by Congress March 4th, 1794, ratified February 7th, 1795. Note: a portion of Article 3, Section 2 of the Constitution was modified by the 11th Amendment. The judicial power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to any suit in law or equity, commenced or prosecuted against one of the United States by citizens of another state, or by citizens or subjects of any foreign state. Amendment 12. Passed by Congress December 9, 1803. Ratified June 15, 1804. A portion of Article 11, Section 1 of the Constitution was changed. Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution was changed by the 12th Amendment. The electors shall meet in their respective states, and vote by ballot for President and Vice President, one of whom at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. They shall name in their ballots the person voted for as President, and in distinct ballots the person voted for as Vice President, and they shall make distinct lists of all persons voted for as President, and of all persons voted for as Vice President, and of the number of votes for each, which list they shall sign and certify, and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for President shall be the President, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if no person have such majority, then from the persons having the highest numbers, not exceeding 3 on the list of those voted for as President, the House of Representatives shall choose immediately, by ballot, the President. But in choosing the President, the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. And if the House of Representatives shall not choose a President whenever the right of choice shall devolve upon them, before the 4th day of March next following, then the Vice President shall act as a President, as in case of, or the death of, or other constitutional disability of the President. The person having the greatest number of votes as Vice President shall be the Vice President, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if no person have a majority, then from the 2 highest numbers on the list, the Senate shall choose the Vice President. A quorum for the purpose shall consist of 2/3 of the whole number of senators, and a majority of the whole number shall be necessary to a choice. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of President shall be eligible to that of Vice President or of the United States. Superseded by Section 3 of the 20th Amendment. Amendment 13. Passed by Congress January 31st, 1865. Ratified December 6th, 1865. Note: a portion of Article 9, Section 2 of the Constitution was changed by the 13th Amendment. Section 1. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Section 2. Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Amendment 14. Passed by Congress June 13th. Well, hold on. Technically, is this saying that slavery and involuntary servitude is okay if you have been convicted of a crime? So it's not actually getting rid of slavery, it's just saying if you've been convicted of a crime, then it's okay. So that makes a lot of sense then, why we, have slaves today. Just different way. And no, it's not offensive. It's true. Amendment 14. Let's continue our United States Constitution and Bill of Rights. Passed by Congress June 13th, 1866. Ratified July 9th, 1868. Note: Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution was modified by Section 2 of the 14th Amendment. Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protections of the laws. What about homeless people? Just curious. Section 2. Representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state, excluding Indians not taxed. But when the right to vote at any election for the choice of electors for President and Vice President of the United States, representatives in Congress, the executive and judicial officers of a state, or the members of the legislature thereof, is denied to any of the male inhabitants of such state, being 21 years of age, and citizens of the United States, or in any way abridged except for participation in rebellion or other crime, the basis of representation therein shall be reduced in the proportion which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens 21 years of age in such state. Section 3. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress, or elector of president and vice president, or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state, who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress, or as an officer of the United States, or as a member of any state legislature, or as an executive or judicial officer of any state, to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. Section 4. The validity of the public debt of the United States, authorized by law, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion, shall not be questioned. Public debt shall not be questioned. But neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States, or any claim for the loss or emancipation of any slave. But all such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. So what about the public's debt? Not the government's public debt, but the public's debt that the government has largely placed on us, or allowed corporations who rape us in different ways alongside taxes. Like, you guys are assholes, man. Section 5. The Congress shall have the power to enforce, by appropriation legislation, the provisions of this article, changed by Section 1 of the 26th Amendment. Amendment 15, passed by Congress February 26, 1869, ratified February 3, 1870. Section 1. The right of citizens in the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Section 2. The Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Amendment 16, passed by Congress July 2, 1909, ratified February 3, 1913. Note, Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution was modified by the 16th Amendment. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived, without apportionment among the several states, and without regard to any census or enumeration. Taxes and death. Death and taxes. Amendment 17, passed by Congress May 13, 1912, ratified April 8, 1913. I'm going to speed up a little bit. Article 1, Section 3 of the Constitution was modified by the 17th Amendment. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, elected by the people thereof for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. The electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislatures. When vacancies happen in the representation of any state in the Senate, The executive authority of such state shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies, provided that the legislature of any state may empower the executive thereof to make temporary appointments until the people fill the vacancies by election as the legislature may direct. This amendment shall not be so construed as to affect the election or term of any senator chosen before it becomes valid as part of the Constitution. Amendment 18, passed by Congress December 18th, 1917, ratified January 16th, 1919, repealed by the 21st Amendment, December 5th, 1933. Section 1. After 1 year from the ratification of this article, the manufacture, sale, or transportation of intoxicating liquors within the importation thereof into or the exportation thereof from the United States and all territories subject to the jurisdiction thereof for beverage purposes is hereby prohibited. The Congress and the several states shall have concurrent power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of the several states, as provided in the Constitution, within 7 years from the date of the submission hereof to the states by the Congress. What good did prohibition do to anyone, even if alcohol is negative and bad? Like, could you imagine if cannabis had been legalized this whole entire time instead of tobacco and alcohol, and we just had cannabis? Like, we just had weed, weed and kratom. Like, honest question, if we had weed and kratom instead of alcohol and cigarettes, what kind of country do you think we would be today? Probably much better. Amendment 19, passed by Congress June 4th, 1919, ratified August 18th, 1920. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States, or by any state on account of sex. Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. For women. I hope you got that. Passed Amendment 20, passed by Congress March 2nd, 1932, ratified January 23rd, 1933. Note, Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution was modified by Section 2 of this amendment. In addition, a portion of the 12th Amendment was superseded by Section 3. The terms of the President and the Vice President shall end at noon on the 20th day of January, and the terms of Senators and Representatives at noon on the 3rd day of January, of the years in which such terms would have ended if this article had not been ratified, and the terms of the successors shall then begin. Section 2. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meetings shall begin at noon on the 3rd day of January, unless they shall by a law appoint different day. Section 3. If, at the time fixed for the beginning of the term of the President-elect shall have died, the Vice President-elect shall become President. If a President shall not have been chosen before the time fixed for the beginning of his term, or if the President-elect shall have failed to qualify, then the Vice President-elect shall act as President until a President shall have qualified. And the Congress may by law provide for the case wherein neither a President-elect nor a Vice President shall have qualified, declaring who shall then act as President, or the manner in which one who is to act shall be selected, and such person shall act accordingly until a President or Vice President shall have qualified. Section 4. The Congress may by law provide for the case of the death of any of the persons from whom the House of Representatives may choose a President, whenever the right of choice shall have been devolved upon them, and for the case of the death of any of the persons from whom the Senate may choose a Vice President, whenever the right of choice shall have devolved upon them. Section 5. Sections 1 and 2 shall take effect on the 15th day of October, following the ratification of this article. Section 6. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of 3/4 of several states within 7 years from the date of its submission. Amendment 21, passed by Congress February 20th, 1933, ratified December 5th, 1933. Section 1. The 18th article of amendment to the Constitution of the United States is hereby repealed. Section 2. The transportation or importation into any state, territory, or possession of the United States for delivery or use therein of intoxicating liquors, in violation of the laws thereof, is hereby prohibited. Section 3. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by conventions in the several states, as provided in the Constitution, within 7 years from the date of the submission hereof to the states by the Congress. Amendment 22, passed by Congress March 21st, 1947, ratified February 27th, 1951. Section 1. No person shall be elected to the office of the President more than twice, and no person who has held the office of President or acted as President for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected President shall be elected to the office of President more than once. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of President when this article was proposed by Congress, and shall not prevent any person who may be holding the office of President or acting as President during the term within which this article becomes operative from holding the office of President or acting as President during the remainder of such term. Section 2. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states within 7 years from the date of its submission to the states by the Congress. Amendment 23, passed by Congress June 16th, 1960, ratified March 29th, 1961. Section 1. The district constituting the seat of government of the United States shall appoint in such manner as Congress may direct a number of electors of President and Vice President equal to the whole number of senators and representatives in Congress to which the district would be entitled if it were a state, but in no event more than the least populous state. They shall be in addition to those appointed by the states, but they shall be considered for the purposes of the election of President and Vice President to be electors appointed by a state, and they shall meet in the district and perform such duties as provided by the 12th article of amendment. Section 2. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Amendment 24, passed by Congress August 27, 1962, ratified January 23, 1964. Section 1. The right of citizens of the United States to vote in any primary or other election for President or Vice President, for electors for President or Vice President, or for Senator or Representative in Congress shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state by reason of failure to pay poll tax or other tax. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Amendment 25, passed by Congress July 6, 1965, ratified February 10, 1967. Note: Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution was modified by the 25th Amendment. Section 1. In case of the removal of President from the office or of his death or resignation, the Vice President shall become President. Section 2. Whenever there is a vacancy in the office of the Vice President, the President shall nominate a Vice President who shall take office upon confirmation by a majority vote of both houses of Congress. Section 3. Whenever the President transmits to the President pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives his written declaration that he is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, and until he transmits to them a written declaration to the contrary, such powers and duties shall be discharged by the Vice President as acting President. Section 4. Whenever the Vice President and a majority of either the principal officers of the executive departments or of such other body as Congress may by law provide, transmit to the President pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives their written declaration that the President is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office. The Vice President shall immediately assume the powers and duties of the office as acting President. Thereafter, when the President transmits to the President pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives his written declaration that no inability exists, he shall resume the powers and duties of his office, unless the Vice President and a majority of either the principal officers of the executive department or of such other body as Congress may by law provide, transmit within 4 days to the President pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives the written declaration that the President is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office. Thereupon Congress shall decide the issue, assembling within 48 hours for that purpose, if not in session. If the Congress within 21 days after receipt of the latter written declaration, or if Congress is not in session within 21 days after Congress is required to assemble, determines by 2/3 vote of both houses that the President is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, the Vice President shall continue to discharge the same as acting President. Otherwise, the President shall resume the powers and duties of his office. Amendment 26, passed by Congress March 23, 1971, ratified July 1, 1971. Note, Amendment 14, Section 2 of the Constitution was modified by Section 1 of the 26th Amendment. The right of citizens of the United States who are 18 years of age or older to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of age. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Amendment 27, originally proposed September 25, 1789, ratified May 7, 1992. That's a big difference. No law varying the compensation for the services of the senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened. And that is it. So we read the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. I have a video. I'm going to take a quick break real quick, and then we will start that. Alright, I'm back. So right here, I've got pulled up this little picture with Committee of 300 at the top of it. Then you can see how it kind of branches out. It's like a tree, and what all falls underneath it. Zionism, communism, Fabianism, liberalism, socialism, right-wing parties, United Nations, member nations, kings of Saudi Arabia. There's your top tier, right? Then British intelligence. Who's under British intelligence? Other intel agencies, the CIA, and Mossad. Makes a lot of sense. Royal Institute to the royal family for international affairs. And then what's under that? They decide terrorism, the Rhodes-Milner Group, and the Round Table, petroleum, banking, mining, insurance, commerce, industry, religious organizations, and OWG Church, foundations, executive arm of RIIA and CIIA, Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, then you got Freemasonry, the other secret societies underneath the Royal Institute, 9 Unknown Men. And there's a couple different versions of this list specifically. And also understand that the Committee of 300 isn't even at the, they're not even the top people. Technically, they're not the top people. They are just one controlling arm with all of this underneath their privy. And it's changed and adapted throughout time. And this man, Dr. John Coleman, has written an entire book about the people specifically, proving sources and tying them to these groups, and talking about what their open intentions have been and that they've talked about on their own that we have just been oblivious to. What else we got underneath here? Tavistock Institute of Human Relations. Underneath them is the Club of Rome. I've talked about the Club of Rome a little bit. NATO, and then the U.S. military. Look, all the way down here. And then we got Council on Foreign Relations underneath the Trilaterals and the Bilderberg Group. Then we have Council on Foreign Relations, the U.S. government, media control, ABC, all the three-letter agencies that are part of the three-letter agencies. Does it make sense? You get it? Education, environment, abortion, gun control, parliamentary system, and FEMA. And these are what they primarily use to control the direct people in the country, the institutions directly, and tools. So then we got MIT, of course, is a part of it, IPS, Rand, Hudson, Wharton, different colleges and important learning institutions that have been implemented into their system for a long time with their ideology and way of their way of thinking and line of thought. Hong Kong, London Council, Medellin Cartel, and the Cali Cartel, right? Committee of 300 isn't even at the top. But this video will kind of explain. It's an important place to start. And then hopefully after this we can move to some more advanced proof that the system we live in has been hijacked. And technically it's not America anymore. Like, we've just been turned into a dollar sign. And me making this video is very ironic because this is exactly what they want me to do in a way. Like, they want me to bring light. They want us to bring light to certain areas because then they act more so in your face in that area because they think of it as you knowing now, whereas they have been silently mocking us when we accept the knowledge and understand that veil and what's behind it, that these people will start putting it more in our faces and they'll start pushing it to see what we'll accept and what we'll consent to and what our breaking point will be and when we can push back. And that's been part of what COVID has been about, is setting a control baseline narrative. Not saying that the COVID virus itself is not dangerous at all. I'm not saying that, but like everything that's been used around it, like has been to create chaos, to control order, and to shape a new system, because they use chaos and order to do this. That's a whole other conversation, but let's just get into this video, and I'll take notes during it, and then I'll use these notes to put together a different list, and maybe we'll go over that in another video. I do want to read his whole book, John Coleman's whole book on the conspiracy of hierarchy and the Committee of 300. I actually have it pulled up right here. So here's another list for it. This is, I think, an older list, I would guess. But the Committee of 300, then you have the British East India Trading Company and the Dutch East India Trading Company. So those big trading companies, whenever America was first becoming a nation, like with the fur trade and different unique items that they could get, especially China and opium. Opium being one of the core ways that they've financed this entire thing secretly the entire time. And to control the opium trade is to control the world. That's just a fact. And, we've been abused over that. Then you got the UN and all subsidiaries, U.S. National Reconnaissance Office, NRO. Like, this is legit stuff. Look past it. MI6, England Intelligence, ADL, Anti-Defamation League, the Bilderberg Group, Rhodes Scholars, Oxford, the Round Table Group, which was on the other. So, like I said, there's different versions of this list. Some of them are a little more specific than others. Some of these companies have changed names or changed hands over time, so it might not necessarily be the same people who are handling them because they can just adapt and move to a different name. And that's what makes it so difficult. So that's why they also work with the occult and underlying symbolism so much. That's how they have to hold their narrative in control, so we recognize it and don't fight back. Because we are the victims of their work and what they're doing. Like, Bill Gates literally wants the world under 1 billion population. That's a legit thing. He's working towards depopulation. He's not the only one. eugenics and Nazi like scientists about eugenics and genetics. It's all connected. Like all connected. It's they're trying to force evolution through chemical means and man-made means, and I have a feeling it's going to have some dire consequences. Um, we can go to the top real quick. Conspirators' Hierarchy: The Story of the Committee of 300. Dr. John Coleman. I'll just read the foreword here, and then we'll get into the video. Alright, you see that. In my career as a professional... Hold on. In my career as a professional intelligence officer, I had many occasions to access highly classified documents. But during service as a political science officer in the field in Angola, West Africa, I had the opportunity to view a series of top secret classified documents which were unusually explicit. What I saw filled me with anger and resentment and launched me on a course from which I have not deviated, namely to uncover what power it is that controls and manages the British and United States governments. I was thoroughly familiar with all of the well-known secret societies, such as the Royal Institute for International Affairs, the Council on Foreign Relations, and the Bilderbergs, Trilaterals, the Zionists, Freemasonry, Bolshevism, Rosicrucianism, and all of the spin-offs of these secret societies. As an intelligence officer, and even before that as a young student in the course of my studies at the British Museum in London, I had cut my eye teeth on all of them, plus a good number of others with whom I imagined Americans were familiar. But when I came to the United States in 1969, I found that names like the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, Club of Rome, and the German Marshall Fund, the Cini Foundation, the Round Table, the Fabianists, the Venetian Black Nobility, the Mont Pelerin Society, Hellfire Clubs, and many others were at best totally unknown here, or else their true functions were at best but poorly understood, if at all. In 1969 and 1970, I set about remedying the situation in a series of monographs and cassette tapes. Much to my surprise, I soon found plenty of people willing to quote these names as if they'd known of them all of their writing careers, but who were not in the least bit knowledgeable about the subjects, yet quite unwilling to state the source of their lately acquired information. I consoled myself with the thought that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I pursued my investigations, pressing on in the face of severe risks, attacks on myself and my wife, financial losses, continual harassment, threats, and calumny, all part of a carefully crafted and orchestrated program to discredit me, run by government agents and informers, embedded in the so-called Christian right wing, the identity movement, and right-wing patriotic groups. These agents operated, and still operate, under cover of strong and fearless outspoken opposition to Judaism, their main enemy. They would have us believe. These agent informers are led and controlled by a group of homosexuals, who are well liked and well respected by political and religious conservatives all across the United States. Their program of calumny, lies, and hatred, disinformation about my work, even lately attributing it to other writers, continues unabated, but has not had the desired effect. I shall carry on with my task until I have finally ripped off the mask of the entire secret upper-level parallel government that runs Britain and the United States. This book is a part of that ongoing effort. Dr. John Coleman, November 1991. I was born in 1990. So, this has been going on more than my entire life. An overview and some case histories. Certainly a fair number of us are aware that the people running our government are not the people who are really in control of political and economic matters, domestic and foreign. This has led many to seek the truth in the alternative press. Those newsletter writers who, like me, have sought but not always found what it is that is making the United States terminally ill. Seek and ye shall find has not always been the case with this group. What we did find was that people walk in great darkness, mostly not caring or bothering to find out where their country is headed, firm in the belief that it will always be there for them. This is the way the largest population group has been manipulated to react, and their attitude plays right into the hands of the secret government. We frequently hear about they doing this, or that or the other. They seem literally to be able to get away with murder. They increase taxes, send our sons and daughters to die in wars that do not benefit our country. They seem above our reach, out of sight, frustratingly nebulous when it comes to taking action against them. No one seems able to clearly identify who they are. It is a situation that has pertained for decades. During the course of this book, we shall identify the mysterious they, and then, after that, it is up to the people to remedy their situation. On the 30th of April, 1981, I wrote a monograph disclosing the existence of the Club of Rome, identifying it as a Committee of 300 subversive body. This was the first mention of both of these organizations in the United States. I warned readers not to be fooled by the feeling that the article was far-fetched, and I drew a parallel between my article and the warning issued by the Bavarian government when the secret plans of the Illuminati fell into its hands. We shall return to the Club of Rome and the role of the Committee of 300 in the U.S. affairs later herein. Many of the predictions made in that 1981 article have since come to pass, such as the unknown Felipe Gonzalez becoming Prime Minister of Spain, and Mitterrand being returned to power in France, the downfall of Giscard d'Estaing, and Helmut Schmidt, the return to power of Swedish nobleman and Committee of 300 member Olof Palme, the nullifying of Reagan's presidency, and the destruction of our steel, auto, and housing industries in terms of the post-industrial zero growth order handed down by the Committee of 300. The importance of Palme lies in the use made of him by the Club of Rome to deliver technology to the Soviet Union on the forbidden list of the U.S. Customs, and Palme's worldwide communications network employed to train the spotlight on the phony Iran hostage crisis, while he shuttled back and forth between Washington and Tehran in an effort to undermine the sovereign integrity of the United States and place the phony crisis in the realm of a Committee of 300 institution, viz., the World Court at The Hague, Holland, in what is in fact an open conspiracy against God and man, which includes enslaving the majority of humans left on this earth after wars, plagues, and mass murder have done with them, is not well hidden. In the intelligence community, it is taught that the best way to hide something is to place it in open view. As an example of the foregoing, when Germany wanted to hide its prized new Messerschmitt fighter plane in 1938, the aircraft was put on display at the Paris Air Show. While secret agents and spies were collecting information from hollow tree trunks and from behind loose bricks in a wall, the information they sought was staring them right in the face. The upper-level parallel secret government does not operate from dank basements and secret underground chambers. It places itself in full view in the White House, Congress, and in number 10 Downing Street and the Houses of Parliament. It is akin to those weird and supposedly terrifying monster films, where the monster appears with distorted features, long hair, and even longer teeth, growling and slavering all over the place. This is distraction. The real monsters wear business suits and drive to work on Capitol Hill in limousines. These men are in open view. These men are the servants of the one world government, New World Order. Like the rapist who stops to offer his victim a friendly ride, he does not look like the monster he is. If he did, his intended victim would run off screaming in fright. The same applies to government at all levels. President Bush does not look like a dutiful servant of the upper level parallel government, but make no mistake about it. He is as much a monster as are those horrors found in horror movies. Stop for a moment and consider how President Bush ordered the brutal slaying of 150,000 Iraqi troops in a convoy of military vehicles carrying white flags on their way back to Iraq under the Geneva Convention's rules of agreed disengagement and withdrawal. Imagine the horror of the Iraqi troops when, in spite of waving their white flags, they were mowed down by American aircraft. In another part of the front, 12,000 Iraqi soldiers were buried alive in trenches they occupied. Is that not monstrous, in the truest sense of the word? From where did President Bush get his orders to act in this monstrous fashion? He got them from the Royal Institute for International Affairs, who received its mandate from the Committee of 300, also known as the Olympians. As we shall see, even the Olympians do not hide their faces. Oftentimes they put on a show which could be likened to the Paris Air Show. Even as conspiracy buffs spend their time in fruitless searching in the wrong places and in the wrong direction. Note how the Queen, Elizabeth II, performs the ceremonial opening of the British Parliament. There, in full view, is the head of the Committee of 300. Have you ever witnessed the swearing-in ceremony of a United States President? There, in full view, is another member of the Committee of 300. The problem is only one of perception. Who are the conspirators who serve the mighty all-powerful Committee of 300? The better informed of our citizens are aware that there is a conspiracy, and that the conspiracy goes under various names, such as the Illuminati, Freemasonry, the Round Table, the Milner Group. To them, the CFR and the Trilaterals represent most of what they do not like in regard to domestic and foreign policy. Some even know that the Round Table has a big input into United States affairs through the British ambassador in Washington. The problem is that real hard information on the treasonous activities of members of the invisible government is very hard to come by. I quote the profound statement made by the prophet Hosea, which is found in the Christian Bible. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Some may already have heard my expose of the foreign aid scandal, in which work I named several conspiratorial organizations, whose number is legion. Their final objective was to overthrow the United States Constitution, which we just read, and the merging of this country, chosen by God as his country, with a godless one world, New World Order government, which will return the world to conditions far worse than existed in the Dark Ages. Let us talk about actual case histories. The attempt to communize and deindustrialize Italy. The Committee of 300 long ago decreed that there shall be a smaller, much smaller, and better world. That is their idea of what constitutes a better world. The myriads of useless eaters consuming scarce natural resources were to be culled. Industrial progress supports population growth. Therefore, the command to multiply and subdue the earth found in Genesis had to be subverted. This called for an attack upon Christianity. The slow but sure disintegration of industrial nation states. The destruction of hundreds of millions of people, referred to by the Committee of 300 as surplus population, and the removal of any leader who dared to stand in the way of the Committee's global planning to reach the foregoing objectives. Two of the Committee's earliest targets were Italy and Pakistan. The late Aldo Moro, Prime Minister of Italy, was one leader who opposed zero growth and population reductions planned for his country, thereby incurring the wrath of the Club of Rome, commissioned by the Olympians to carry out its policies in this regard. In a Rome courtroom on November 10, 1982, a close friend of Moro's testified that the former prime minister was threatened by an agent of the Royal Institute for International Affairs, who is also a Committee of 300 member, while he was still the U.S. Secretary of State. The meteoric rise of man, the witness named Kissinger, will be dealt with later. It will be recalled that Prime Minister Moro was kidnapped by the Red Brigades in 1978 and subsequently brutally shot to death. It was at the trial of members of the Red Brigades that several of them testified to the fact that they knew of high-level U.S. involvement in the plot to kill Moro. When threatening Moro, Kissinger was obviously not carrying out U.S. foreign policy, but rather acting according to instructions received from the Club of Rome, the foreign policy arm of the Committee of 300. The witness who delivered the bombshell in open court was a close associate of Moro's, Corrado Gorgonzola. His explosive testimony was broadcast over Italian television and radio on November 10, 1982, and printed in several Italian newspapers, yet this vital information was suppressed in the United States. Those famous bastions of freedom, with the compelling right to know, the Washington Post and the New York Times, did not think it important to even print a single line of Gorgonzola's testimony. Nor was the news carried by any of the wire services or television stations. The fact that Italy's Aldo Moro had been a leading politician for decades, and who was kidnapped in broad daylight in the spring of 1978, all of his bodyguards butchered in cold blood, was not deemed newsworthy, even though Kissinger stood accused as an accomplice to these crimes? Or was the silence because of Kissinger's involvement? In my 1982 expose of this heinous crime, I demonstrated that Aldo Moro, a loyal member of the Christian Democratic Party, was murdered by assassins controlled by P2 Masonry, with the object of bringing Italy into line with Club of Rome orders to deindustrialize the country and considerably reduce its population. Moro's plans to stabilize Italy through full employment and industrial and political peace would have strengthened Catholic opposition to communism and made the destabilization of the Middle East, a prime goal, that much harder. Hello, bushes. From the foregoing, it becomes clear just how far ahead the conspirators plan. They do not think in terms of a 5-year plan. One needs to go back to Weisenhop's statements about the early Catholic Church to understand what was involved in the murder of Aldo Moro. Moro's death removed the roadblocks to the plans to destabilize Italy, and as we now know, enabled conspiracy plans for the Middle East to be carried out in the Gulf War 14 years later. Italy was chosen as a test target by the Committee of 300. Italy is important to the conspirators' plans because it is the closest European country to the Middle East, linked to Middle East economics and politics. It is also the home of the Catholic Church, which Weisenhop ordered destroyed. Eisenhop, I think, is Adam Weisenhop, the founder of the Illuminati. And home for some of Europe's most powerful top oligarchical families of the ancient black nobility. Should Italy have been weakened by Moro's death, it would have had repercussions in the Middle East, which would have weakened U.S. influence in the region. Italy is important for another reason. It is a gateway for drugs entering Europe from Iran and Lebanon, and we shall return to that subject in due course. Also, the ancient black nobility, they are not black. That's just the name of their group for black magic reasons, I'm sure, which is real to these people. Various groups had combined under the name of socialism to bring about the downfall of several Italian governments since the Club of Rome was established in 1968. Among these are the black nobility of Venice and Genoa, P2 Masonry, and the Red Brigades. all working for the same goals. Police investigators in Rome working on the Red Brigades, Aldo Moro, case came across the names of several very prominent Italian families. Working closely with this terrorist group, the police also discovered evidence that in at least a dozen cases, these powerful and prominent families had allowed their homes and or property to be used as safe houses for Red Brigade cells. America's nobility were doing their share to destroy the Republic of Italy, a notable contribution having come from Richard Gardiner, even while in his official capacity as President Carter's ambassador to Rome. At that time, Gardiner was operating under the direct control of Bettino Craxi, an important member of the Club of Rome and a key man in NATO. Craxi was the leading edge of the conspirators' attempts to destroy the Italian Republic. As we shall see, Craxi was almost successful in ruining Italy, and as the conspirators' hierarchy leading player, was able to get divorce and abortion pushed through the Italian parliament, resulting in the most far-reaching and destructive religious and social changes ever to strike at the Catholic Church, and consequently the morals of the Italian nation, which began with divorce and abortion. After President Ronald Reagan was elected, an important meeting was held in Washington, D.C. in December 1980, under the auspices of the Club of Rome and the Socialist International. Both these organizations are directly responsible to the Committee of 300. The main agenda was to formulate ways and means of how to neutralize the Reagan presidency. A group plan was adopted, and as we look back, it is perfectly clear that the plan the conspirators agreed to follow has been very successful. In order to get an idea of how vast and how all-pervasive is this conspiracy, it would be appropriate at this point to name the goals set by the Committee of 300 for the pending conquest and control of the world. There are at least 40 known branch offices of the Committee of 300, and we shall be listing them all, together with a description of their functions. Once this is studied, it becomes easy to understand how one central conspiratorial body is able to operate so successfully, and why it is that no power on earth can withstand their onslaught against the very foundations of a civilized, progressive world, based on freedom of the individual, especially as it is declared in the United States Constitution. Thanks to the sworn testimony of Guerzoni, Italy and Europe, but not the US, learned that Kissinger was behind the death of Aldo Moro. This tragic affair demonstrates the ability of the Committee of 300 to impose its will upon any government without exception. Secure in his position as a member of the most powerful secret society in the world, and I am not talking about Freemasonry, Kissinger not only terrified Moro, but carried through on his threats to eliminate Moro if he did not give up his plan to bring economic and industrial progress to Italy. In June and July of 1982, the wife of Aldo Moro testified in open court that her husband's murder came about as a result of serious threats against his life, made by what she called a high-ranking United States political figure. Miss Eleanor Moro repeated the precise phrase reportedly used by Kissinger in the sworn testimony of Guerzoni. "Either you stop your political line, or you will pay dearly for it." Recalled by the judge, Guerzoni was asked if he could identify the person Miss Moro was talking about. Guerzoni replied that it was indeed Henry Kissinger, as he had previously intimated. Like, our government killed John F. Kennedy? Yeah. Guerzoni went on to explain to the court that Kissinger had made his threats in Moro's hotel room during the Italian leader's official visit to the U.S. Moro, then Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Italy, a NATO member country, was a man of high rank, one who should never have been subjected to mafia-like pressures and threats. Moro was accompanied on his American visit by the President of Italy in his official capacity. Kissinger was then, and still is, an important agent in the service of the Royal Institute for International Affairs, a member of the Club of Rome and the Council on Foreign Relations. Kissinger's role in destabilizing the United States by means of three wars, the Middle East, Korea, and Vietnam, is well known, as is his role in the Gulf War, in which the U.S. Army acted as mercenaries for the Committee of 300 in bringing Kuwait back under its control, and at the same time making an example out of Iraq so that the other small nations would not be tempted to work out their own destiny. Kissinger also threatened the late Ali Bhutto, president of the sovereign nation of Pakistan. Bhutto's crime was that he favored nuclear weapons for his country. As a Muslim state, Pakistan felt threatened by continued Israeli aggressions in the Middle East. Bhutto was judicially murdered in 1979 by the Council on Foreign Relations representative in the country, General Zia-ul-Haq. In his planned descent to power, ul-Haq encouraged a frenzied mob to set fire to the United States Embassy in Islamabad in an apparent attempt to show the CFR that he was his own man and to secure more foreign aid. It was later learned to murder Richard Helms. Several years later, ul-Haq paid with his life for intervening in the war raging on in Afghanistan. His C-130 Hercules aircraft was hit by an ELF, electric allo frequency, shot shortly after it took off, causing the aircraft to loop into the ground. The Club of Rome, acting on Committee of 300 orders to eliminate General ul-Haq, had no compunction in sacrificing the lives of a number of U.S. servicemen on board the flight, including a U.S. Army Defense Intelligence Agency group headed by Brigadier General Herbert Wassam. General ul-Haq had been warned by the Turkish Secret Service not to travel by plane, as he was targeted for a mid-air bombing. With this in mind, ul-Haq took the United States team with him as an insurance policy, as he commented to his inner circle advisors. This is a little longer than I thought it was going to be. I think it's just more than an introduction, but it will give a very good brief into the video that we're going to watch. In my 1989 work, Terror in the Skies, I gave the following account of what happened. Shortly before ul-Haq's C-130 took off from a Pakistan military base, a suspicious-looking truck was seen close to the hangar that housed the C-130. The control tower warned base security, but by the time action was taken, the C-130 was already airborne, and the truck had gone. A few minutes later, the plane began looping the loop until it hit the ground and exploded in a ball of fire. There is no explanation for such behavior by the C-130, an aircraft with marvelously reliable record, and a joint Pakistani-United States Board of Inquiry found no pilot error or mechanical or structure failure. Looping the loop is a recognized trademark of an aircraft hit by an ELF, fire, like a DEW, directed energy weapon. That the Soviet Union has been able to develop high-peak radio frequency devices is known to the West through the work of Soviet scientists who work in the Kurchatov Atomic Energy Institute's Intensive Relativistic Electron Beam Division. And this was in the 70s, guys. Understand that. Like, the 70s and the 80s. Where do you think the technology is at now? They just don't talk about it. Like, they're putting on a whole other level of a show. Two of its specialists were Y.A. Vinograd and A.A. Rukazadi. Both scientists worked in the Letov Physics Institute, which specializes in electronic and X-ray lasers. After receiving this information, I searched for confirmation from other sources, found that in England and the International Journal of Electronics had published some material which appeared to confirm the information given to me about the method chosen to shoot down General ul-Haq's C-130. In addition, the information was confirmed by two of my intelligence sources. I received some useful information from a Soviet scientific paper on these subjects, published in England under the title Soviet Radio Electronics and Communications Systems. There was no doubt in my mind that General ul-Haq had been murdered. The truck seen near the C-130 hangar undoubtedly carried a mobile ELF device of the same type that the Soviet armed forces are known to possess. According to written testimony by Bhutto, smuggled out of the country while he was in prison, Kissinger severely threatened him. I will make a horrible example of you. Continue with your nation-building policies. Bhutto had fallen afoul of Kissinger and the Club of Rome by calling for a nuclear energy program to bring Pakistan into a modern industrialized state, which, in the eyes of the Committee of 300, was a direct contravention of its orders delivered by Kissinger to the Pakistani government. What Kissinger was doing when he threatened Bhutto was not official United States policy, but the policy of the modern-day Illuminati. One needs to have a clear understanding of just why it was that nuclear power is so hated all over the world, and why the fake environmentalist movement, established the financially supported by the Club of Rome, was called upon to wage war on nuclear energy. With nuclear energy generating electricity in cheap and abundant supplies, third world countries would gradually become independent of the United States foreign aid and begin to assert their own sovereignty. Nuclear generated electricity is the key to bringing third world countries out of their backward state, a state which the Committee of 300 has ordered to remain in position. They do not want these countries to progress. They don't want us to progress. They want to hold and keep control and divert attention. Let me continue. I hope you're paying attention. I hope you're watching this. I hope you're listening. Please. Less foreign aid means less control of a country's natural resources by the International Monetary Fund, the IMF. It was this idea of developing nations taking charge of their destiny that was anathema to the Club of Rome and its ruling Committee of 300. We have seen opposition to nuclear power in the United States successfully used to block industrial development in conformity with the club's post-industrial zero growth plans. Dependence upon U.S. foreign aid actually keeps foreign countries in servitude to the Council on Foreign Relations. The people of the recipient countries receive very little of the money, as it usually ends up in the pockets of government leaders, who allow the natural raw material assets of the country to be savagely stripped by the IMF. Mugabe of Zimbabwe, formerly Rhodesia, is a good example of how raw material assets, in this case high-grade chrome ore, is controlled through foreign aid. Lonro, the giant conglomerate run by Angus Ogilvy, an important member of the Committee of 300 on behalf of his cousin, Queen Elizabeth II, now has total control of this valuable resource, while the people of the country sink ever deeper into poverty and misery, notwithstanding a handout of in excess of $300 million from the United States. I'm related to Queen Elizabeth and George Washington. Lonhar now has a monopoly of Rhodesian chrome and charges any prices it likes, whereas under the Smith government this was not allowed. A reasonable price level was maintained for 25 years prior to the Mugabe regime taking power. While there were problems during the 14-year rule of Ian Smith, since his departure, unemployment has quadrupled and Zimbabwe is in a state of chaos and de facto bankruptcy. Mugabe received enough foreign aid from the U.S. in the region of $300 million per annum to enable him to build 3 hotels on the French Côte d'Azur, Cap Ferret, and Monte Carlo, while his citizens grapple with disease, unemployment, and malnutrition. Not to mention an iron-fisted dictatorship that allows no complaints. Contrast this with the Smith government, which never asked for nor received 1 red cent in aid from the United States. Thus, it is clear that foreign aid is a powerful means of exercising control of countries such as Zimbabwe, and indeed all African countries. It also keeps United States citizens in a state of involuntary servitude, and therefore less able to mount meaningful opposition to government. David Rockefeller knew what he was doing when his foreign aid bill became law in 1946. It has since then become one of the most hated laws on the statute books, following public exposure of what it is, a racket run by government and paid for by we the people. How can the conspirators maintain their grip upon the world, and more especially their chokehold over the United States and Britain? One of the most asked questions is, how can any single entity know at all times what is going on? How is control exercised? This book will attempt to answer these and other questions. The only way we can come to grips with the reality of conspirators' success is by mentioning and discussing the secret societies, front organizations, government agencies, banks, insurance companies, international businesses, the petroleum industry, and the hundreds of thousands of entities and foundations whose leading lights make up the membership of the Committee of 300. The ultimate controlling body that runs the world and has done so for at least 100 years. Since there already are scores of books on the Council of Foreign Relations and the Trilaterals, we shall go directly to the Club of Rome and to the German Marshall Fund. When I introduced these organizations to the United States, few, if any, had heard of them. My first work, The Club of Rome, published in 1983, attracted almost no attention. Many uninitiated people thought the Club of Rome was something to do with the Catholic Church, and that the German Marshall Fund referred to the Marshall Plan. This is precisely why the committee chose these names, to confuse and to deflect attention away from what was happening. Not that the United States government didn't know, but as it was a part of the conspiracy, it helped to keep the lid on information rather than let the truth be known. A few years after I published my work, a few writers saw it in a wealth of hitherto untapped information and began writing and talking about it as though they had always had full knowledge of it. It came as a revelation to them that the Club of Rome and its financiers under the title of the German Marshall Fund were two highly organized conspiratorial bodies operating under cover of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, and that the majority of Club of Rome executives were drawn from NATO. The Club of Rome formulated all of what NATO claimed as its policies through the activities of Committee of 300 member Lord Carrington, was able to split NATO into two factions, a political, left-wing, power group and its former military alliance. The Club of Rome is still one of the most important foreign policy arms of the Committee of 300, the other being the Bilderbergs. It was put together in 1968 from hardcore members of the original Morgenthau group on the basis of a telephone call made by the late Aurelio Pecci for a new and urgent drive to speed up the plans of the one world government, now called the New World Order. Although I prefer the former name, it is certainly a better job description than the New World Order, which is somewhat confusing as there have been several New World Orders before, but no one world government. Pecci's call was answered by the most subversive future planners, drawn from the United States, France, Sweden, Britain, Switzerland, and Japan, that could be mustered. During the period 1968 to 1972, the Club of Rome became a cohesive entity of new scientists, globalists, future planners, and internationalists of every stripe. As one delegate put it, we became Joseph's coat of many colors. Pecci's book, Human Quality, formed the basis of the doctrine adopted by NATO's political wing. The following is extracted from Dr. Pecci's book, Human Quality. For the first time since the first millennium was approached in Christendom, large masses of people are really in suspense about the impending advent of something unknown which could change their collective fate entirely. Man does not know how to be a truly modern man. Man invented the story of the bad dragon, but if ever there was a bad dragon, it is man himself. Here we have the human paradox. Man trapped by his extraordinary capacity and achievements, as in a quicksand. The more he uses his power, the more he needs it. We must never tire of repeating how foolish it is to equate the present profound pathological state and maladjustment of the entire human system to any cyclical crisis or passing circumstances. Since man has opened Pandora's box of new technologies, he has suffered uncontrolled human proliferation. The mania for growth, energy crises, actual or potential resource scarcities, degradation of environment, nuclear folly, and a host of related afflictions. This is identical to the program adopted by the much later fake environmentalist movement spawned by the same Club of Rome to blunt and turn back industrial development. Sound familiar with what we're going through right now in 2023? 80s. This was 80s. Broadly, the anticipated counter program of the Club of Rome would cover inventing and disseminating post industrialization. Ideas in the United States, coupled with the spread of counterculture movements such as drugs, rock, sex, hedonism, Satanism, witchcraft, and environmentalism, of all things, Tavistock Institute, Stanford Research Institute, and the Institute for Social Relations. In fact, the entire wide spectrum of research organizations in applied social psychiatry either had delegates on the board of the Club of Rome or acted as advisors and played a guiding role in NATO's attempt to adopt the Aquarian conspiracy, the Age of Aquarius. The name New World Order is seen as something developed as a consequence of the Gulf War in 1991, whereas the One World Government is recognized as being centuries old. The New World Order is not new. It has been around and developing under one or another guise for a very long time, but it is perceived as a development of the future, which is not the case. The New World Order is a past and present. That is why I said earlier that the term One World Government is, or ought to be, preferred. Aurelio Pecci once confided in his close friend Alexander Haig that he felt like Adam Weishaupt reincarnated, who was the creator of the Illuminati. Pecci had much of Weishaupt's brilliant ability to organize and control the Illuminati of today, and it showed through in Pecci's control of NATO and formulating its policies on a global scale. Pecci headed the Atlantic Institute's Economic Council for 3 decades, while he was the chief executive officer for Giovanni Anglia's Fiat Motor Company. Agnelli, a member of an ancient Italian black nobility family of the same name, is one of the most important members of the Committee of 300. He played a leading role in development projects in the Soviet Union. The Club of Rome is a conspiratorial umbrella organization, a marriage between Anglo-American financiers and the old black nobility families of Europe, particularly the so-called nobility of London, Venice, and Genoa. The key to the successful control of the world is their ability to create and manage savage economic recessions and eventual depressions. The Committee of 300 looks to social convulsions on a global scale, followed by depressions, as a softening up technique for bigger things to come, as it is principal method of creating masses of people all over the world who will become its welfare recipients of the future. The committee appears to base much of its important decisions affecting mankind on the philosophy of Polish aristocrat Felix Dzierżynski, who regarded mankind as being slightly above the level of cattle. As a close friend of British intelligence, Agent Sidney Riley was actually Dzierżynski's controller during the Bolshevik Revolution's formative years. He often confided in Riley during his drinking bouts. Dzierżynski was, of course, the beast who ran the Red Terror apparatus. He once told Riley, while the two were on a drinking binge, that man is of no importance. Look at what happens when you starve him. He begins to eat his dead companions to stay alive. Man is only interested in his own survival. That is all that counts. All the Spinoza stuff is a lot of rubbish. The Club of Rome has its own private intelligence agency and also borrows from David Rockefeller's Interpol. Every U.S. intelligence agency cooperates very closely with it, as does the KGB and the Mossad. The only agency that remained beyond its reach was the East German Intelligence Service, the Stasi, The Club of Rome also has its own highly organized political and economic agencies. It was they who told the President Reagan to retain the services of Paul Volcker, yet another important Committee of 300 member. Volcker stayed on as Federal Reserve Board chairman, notwithstanding the faithful promise of candidate Reagan that he would dismiss him as soon as he, Reagan, was elected. The Club of Rome, after playing a key role in the Cuban Missile Crisis, attempted to sell its crisis management, therefore the forerunner of FEMA, program to President Kennedy. I'm going to reread that one sec. The Club of Rome, after playing a key role in the Cuban Missile Crisis, attempted to sell its crisis management program to President Kennedy. And then President Kennedy was assassinated after avoiding nuclear war. Several Tavistock scientists went to see the president to explain what it meant, but the president rejected the advice they gave. The same year that Kennedy was murdered, Tavistock was back in Washington to talk with NASA. This time, the talks were successful. Tavistock was given a contract by NASA to evaluate the effect of its coming space program on American public opinion. The contract was farmed to the Stanford Research Institute and the Rand Corporation. Much of the material produced by Tavistock, Stanford, and Rand never saw the light of day and remains sealed unto now. Several Senate oversight committees and subcommittees I approached to obtain information told me that they had never heard of it, nor did they have the slightest idea where I might find what I was seeking. Such is the power and prestige of the Committee of 300. In 1966, I was advised by my intelligence colleagues to approach Dr. Antal Rappaport, who had written a treatise in which the administration was said to be interested. It was a paper intended to bring an end to NASA's space program, which Rappaport said had outlived its usefulness. Rappaport was quite happy to give me a copy of his paper, which, without going into fine detail, basically claimed that NASA's space program should be scrapped. NASA has too many scientists who are exerting a bad influence on America because they were always eager to lecture schools and university audiences on how rocketry worked, from construction to propulsion. Rappaport claimed that this would produce a generation of adults who would decide to become space scientists, only to find themselves redundant, as no one would need their services by the year 2000. Wow. Wow. Now we're going to Mars. No sooner had Rappaport's profiling report on NASA been presented to NATO by the Club of Rome than the Committee of 300 demanded action. NATO Club of Rome officials charged with urgent anti-NASA action were Harland Cleveland, Joseph Slater, Claiborne K. Pell, Walter J. Levy, George McGee, William Watts, Robert Strauss Hoop, U.S. Ambassador to NATO, and Donald Lesh. In May 1967, a meeting was organized by the Scientific and Technological Committee of the North Atlantic Assembly and the Foreign Policy Research Institute. It was called Conference on the Transatlantic, Imbalance and Collaboration, and it was held at Queen Elizabeth's palatial property in Deauville, France. The basic purpose and intent of the conference at Deauville was to end United States technological and industrial progress. Out of the conference came 2 books, one of which is mentioned herein, Brzezinski's Technotronic Era. The other was written by conference chairman Aurelio Pecci, entitled The Chasm Ahead. Pecci largely agreed with Brzezinski, but added that there would be chaos in a future world, not ruled by a one-world government. In this regard, Pecci insisted that the Soviet Union must be offered a convergence with NATO. Such a convergence ending in an equal partnership and a new world order with the United States. Both nations would be responsible for future crisis management and global planning. The first Club of Rome's global planning contract went to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, Hi, Lex Friedman! One of the premier committee of 300's research institutes, Jay Forrester and Dennis Meadows, were placed in charge of this project. What was their report all about? It did not differ fundamentally from what Malthus and von Hayek preached, namely the old question of not enough natural resources to go around. The Forrester-Meadows report was a complete fraud. What it did not say was that man's proven inventive genius would, in all likelihood, work its way around shortages. Fusion energy, the deadly enemy of the Committee of 300, could be applied to creating natural resources. Atomic fusion. A fusion torch could produce, from 1 square mile of ordinary rock, enough aluminum, for example, to fill our needs for 4 years. Hi, Tesla. Petchy never tired of preaching against the nation state and how destructive they are for the progress of mankind. This is blowing my mind. I haven't read this before. I've only listened to the video that we're gonna watch still. Like, wow. Every word of this is just like, this is cold hard fact. And I'm sure I could go corroborate every single bit of it on our World Wide Web in the year 2023 as humanity is being turned into robots for the rich and elite. But let me continue, because you guys want to say conspiracy and none of this exists. But I'll continue. Petchy never tired of preaching against the nation state and how destructive they are for the progress of mankind. He called for collective responsibility. Nationalism was a cancer on man was the theme of several important speeches delivered by Petchy. His close friend Ervin Laszlo produced a work in 1977 in a similar vein which was called Goals of Mankind. A landmark study for the Club of Rome, the entire position paper was a vitriolic attack on industrial expansion and urban growth. Throughout these years, Kissinger, as the designated contact man, kept in close touch with Moscow on behalf of the RIIA. Global modeling papers were regularly shared with Kissinger's friends in the Kremlin. With regard to the Third World, the Club of Rome's Harlan Cleveland prepared a report which was the height of cynicism. At the time, Cleveland was United States ambassador to NATO. Essentially, the paper said it would be up to the Third World nations to decide among themselves which populations should be eliminated. As Petchy later wrote, based on the Cleveland report, damaged by conflicting policies of 3 major countries and blocs, roughly patched up here and there, the existing international economic order is visibly coming apart at the seams. The prospect of the necessity of the recourse to triage, deciding who must be saved, is a very grim one indeed. But, if, lamentably, events should come to such a pass, the right to make such decisions cannot be left to just a few nations, because it would lend themselves to ominous power over life of the world's hungry. In this is found the committee policy of deliberately starving African nations to death, as evidenced in the sub-Saharan nations. This was cynicism at its worst, because the Committee of 300 had already abrogated the decisions of life and death unto itself, and Petchy knew it. He had previously so indicated in his book, Limits of Growth. Petchy completely dismissed industrial and agricultural progress, and in its place demanded that the world come under one coordinating council, to wit, the Club of Rome and its NATO institutions, in a one-world government. Natural resources would have to be allocated under the auspices of global planning. Nation states could either accept Club of Rome domination or else survive by the law of the jungle and fight to survive. In its first test case, Meadows and Forrester planned the 1973 Arab-Israeli War on behalf of the RIIA to sharply bring home to the world that natural resources like petroleum would in the future come under global planners' control, meaning, of course, under the control of the Committee of 300. Tavistock Institute called for a consultation with Pesce, to which McGeorge Bundy, Homer Perlmutter, and Dr. Alexander King were invited. From London, Pesce traveled to the White House, where he met with the President and his cabinet, followed by a visit to the State Department, where he conferred with the Secretary of State, the State Department's Intelligence Service, and State's Policy Planning Council. Thus, from the very beginning, the United States government was fully aware of the Committee of 300's plans for this country. That should answer the often asked question: why would our government allow the Club of Rome to operate in a subversive manner in the United States? Because they knew it. Volcker's economic and monetary policies were a reflection of those of Sir Geoffrey Howe, Chancellor of the Exchequer and member of the Committee of 300. This serves to illustrate how Britain has controlled the United States, beginning from soon after the War of 1812, and continues to exercise control over this country through the policies of the Committee of 300. What are the goals of the secret elite group? The inheritors of Illuminism, Moria conquering wind, the cult of Dionysus, the cult of Isis, Catholicism, Bogomilism, the elite group that also calls itself the Olympians. They truly believe they are equal in power and stature to the legendary gods of Olympus, who have, like Lucifer, their god, set themselves above our true God. Absolutely believe they have been charged with implementing the following by divine right. 1. A one world government, new world order, with a unified church and monetary system under their direction. Not many people are aware that the one world government began setting up its church in the 1920s and 1930s. For they realized the need for a religious belief inherent in mankind to have an outlet, and therefore set up a church body to channel that belief in the direction they desired. Number 2. The utter destruction of all national identity and national pride. Number 3. The destruction of religion, and more especially the Christian religion, with the one exception, their own creation mentioned above. Number 4. Control of each and every person through means of mind control and what Brzezinski call technotronics, which would create human-like robots and a system of terror beside which Felix Brzezinski's Red Terror will look like children at play. Number 5. An end to all industrialization and the production of nuclear-generated electric power in what they call the post-industrial zero-growth society. Exempted are the computer and service industries. United States industries that remain will be exported to countries such as Mexico, where abundant slave labor is available. Unemployables in the wake of industrial destruction will either become opium, heroin, and or cocaine addicts, or become statistics in the elimination process we know today as Global 2000. Number 6. Legalization of drugs and pornography. Number 7. Depopulation of large cities according to the trial run carried out by the Pol Pot regime in Cambodia. It is interesting to note that Pol Pot's genocidal plans were drawn up here in the United States by one of the Club of Rome's research foundations. It is also interesting that the committee is presently seeking to reinstate the Pol Pot butchers in Cambodia. Number 8. Suppression of all scientific development except for those deemed beneficial by the committee. Especially targeted is nuclear energy for peaceful purposes. Particularly hated are the fusion experiments presently being scorned and ridiculed by the committee and its jackals of the press. Development of the fusion torch would blow the committee's conception of limited natural resources right out of the window. A fusion torch, properly used, could create unlimited, untapped natural resources from the most ordinary substances. Fusion torch uses are legion and would benefit mankind in a manner which is as yet not remotely comprehended by the public. Number 9. Caused by means of limited wars in the advanced countries, and by means of starvation and diseases in the third world countries. The death of 3 billion people by the year 2000. People they call useless eaters. The Committee of 300 commissioned Cyrus Vance to write a paper on this subject, of how best to bring about such genocide. The paper was produced under the title Global 2000 Report and was accepted and approved for action by President Carter for and on behalf of the United States government, and accepted by Edwin Muskie, then Secretary of State. Under the terms of the Global 2000 Report, the population of the United States is to be reduced by 100 million by the year 2050. To weaken the moral fiber of the nation and to demoralize workers in the labor class by creating mass unemployment. As jobs dwindle due to the post-industrial zero-growth policies introduced by the Club of Rome, demoralized and discouraged workers will resort to alcohol and drugs. The youth of the land will be encouraged by means of rock music and drugs to rebel against the status quo, thus undermining and eventually destroying the family unit. In this regard, the Committee of 300 commissioned Tavistock Institute to prepare a blueprint as to how this could be achieved. Tavistock directed Stanford Research to undertake the work under the direction of Professor Willis Harman. This work later became known as the Aquarian Conspiracy, the Age of Aquarius. Do you understand yet? Number 11. To keep people everywhere from deciding their own destinies by means of one created crisis after another, and then managing such crises. This will confuse and demoralize the population to the extent where faced with too many choices, apathy on a massive scale will result. In the case of the United States, an agency for crisis management is already in place. It is called the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, whose existence I first disclosed in 1980. There will be more on FEMA as we proceed. So what's happened during COVID has basically been what this is explaining right here. And now we know Fauci has also been involved in creating all kinds of other bioweapons and different things. It's real, guys. I hate to say it. It breaks my heart, makes me want to cry, scares the shit out of me, but it's real. We are not free. This is worse than Hitler. And it's happening today. Number 12. To introduce new cults and continue to boost those already functioning, which includes rock music, gangsters, such as the filthy, degenerate Mick Jagger's Rolling Stones, a gangster group much favored by European black nobility, and all of the Tavistock created rock groups, which began with the Beatles. To continue to build up the cult of Christian fundamentalism began by the British East India Company's servant, Darby, which will be misused to strengthen the Zionist state of Israel through identifying with the Jews through the myth of God's chosen people, and by donating very substantial amounts of money to what they mistakenly believe is a religious cause in the furtherance of Christianity. Number 14. To press for the spread of religious cults such as the Muslim Brotherhood, Muslim fundamentalism, the Sikhs, and to carry out experiments of the Jim Jones and Son of Sam type of murders. Marilyn Manson, who was a CIA asset. It is worth and a part of MK Ultra. It is worth noting that the late Ayatollah Khomeini was a creation of British intelligence, Military Intelligence Division 6, commonly known as MI6, as I reported in my 1985 work, What Really Happened in Iran. Iran is the key in so many ways, like from the most ancient sense. Yeah, that's a whole different story. To exploit religious liberation, ideas around the world so as to undermine all existing religions, but more especially the Christian religion. This began with Jesuit liberation theology, which the Jesuits have basically controlled our entire university system in the country and over in Europe for since their existence, which brought about the downfall of the Somoza family rule in Nicaragua and which is today destroying El Salvador, now 25 years into a civil war. Costa Rica and Honduras. One very active entity engaged in so-called libertarian theology is the communist-oriented Maryknoll Mission. This accounts for the extensive media attention to the murder of the 4 Maryknolls, so-called nuns in El Salvador a few years ago. The few nuns were communist subversive agents, and their activities were widely documented by the government of El Salvador. The United States press and news media refused to give any space or coverage to the massive documentation in possession of the Salvadorian government. Documentation which proves what the Maryknoll Mission nuns were doing in the country. Maryknoll is in service in many countries and played a leading role in bringing communism to Rhodesia, Mozambique, Angola, and South Africa. Number 16. To cause a total collapse of the world's economics and engender total political chaos. Number 17. To take control of all foreign and domestic policies of the United States. Number 18. To give the fullest support to supranational institutions such as the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, the Bank of International Settlements, the World Court, and, as far as possible, make local institutions of lesser effect by gradually phasing them out or bringing them under the mantle of the United Nations. Elementary schools, junior highs, high schools. Number 19. Penetrate and subvert all governments, and work from within them to destroy the sovereign integrity of nations represented by them. Number 20. Organize a worldwide terrorist apparatus and negotiate with terrorists whenever terrorist activities take place. It will be recalled that it was Bettino Craxi who persuaded the Italian and U.S. governments to negotiate with the Red Brigade kidnappers of Prime Minister Moro and General Dozier. As an aside, General Dozier is under orders not to talk about what happened to him. Should he break that silence, he will no doubt be made a horrible example of, in the manner in which Kissinger dealt with Aldo Moro. Ali Bhutto and General Zai-ul-Haq. Number 21. Take control of education in America with the intent and purpose of utterly and completely destroying it. I'm going to say it again. Take control of education in America with the intent and purpose of utterly and completely destroying it. It's real. Much of these goals, which I first enumerated in 1969, have since been achieved or are well on their way to being achieved. Of special interest in the Committee of 300 program is the core of their economic policy, which is largely based on the teachings of Malthus, the son of an English country parson, who was pushed to prominence by the British East India Company, upon which the Committee of 300 is modeled. Malthus maintained that man's progress is tied to the Earth's natural ability to support a given number of people, beyond which point Earth's limited resources would rapidly be depleted. Once these natural resources have been consumed, it will be impossible to replace them. Hence, Malthus observed, it is necessary to limit populations within the boundaries of decreasing natural resources. It goes without saying that the elite will not allow themselves to be threatened by a burgeoning population of useless eaters. Hence, culling must be practiced. As I have previously stated, culling is going on today, using the methods mandated in the Global 2000 report. All economic plans of the committee meet at the crossroads of Malthus and Friedrich von Hayek, another doom and gloom economist who was sponsored by the Club of Rome. The Austrian-born von Hayek has long been under the control of David Rockefeller, and von Hayek theories are fairly widely accepted in the United States. According to von Hayek, the United States economic platform must be based on A. urban black markets, B. small Hong Kong type industries utilizing sweatshop labor, C. the tourist trade, D. free enterprise zones where speculators can operate unhindered and where the drug trade can flourish, E. end of all industrial activity, and F. close down all nuclear energy plants. Von Hayek's ideas dovetail perfectly with those of the Club of Rome, which is perhaps why he is so well promoted in right-wing circles in this country. The mantle of von Hayek is being passed to a new, younger economist, Geoffrey Sachs, who was sent to Poland to take up where von Hayek left off. It will, he recalled, that the Club of Rome organized the Polish economic crisis, which led to political destabilization of the country. The exact same economic planning, if one dare call it that, will be forced upon Russia. But if the widespread opposition is encountered, the old price-supported system will quickly be restored. Real quick, remember, the CIA alone, like self-proclaimed, have been a part of destroying over 80 different governments through political and military coups since the 1960s. That's a fact. The Committee of 300 ordered the Club of Rome to use Polish nationalism as a tool to destroy the Catholic Church and paved the way for Russian troops to reoccupy the country. The Solidarity movement was a creation of the Committee of 300's Zbigniew Brzezinski, who chose the name for the trade union and selected its office holders and organizers. Solidarity is no labor movement, although the shipyard workers were used to launch it, but rather it was a high-profile political organization created to bring forth changes in preparation for the advent of the one world government. Most of Solidarity's leaders were descendants of Bolshevik Jews from Odessa and were not noted for hating communism. This helps to understand the saturation coverage provided by the American news media. Professor Sachs has been taken the process a step further, ensuring economic slavery for a Poland recently freed from the domination of the USSR. Poland will now become the economic slave of the United States. All that has happened is that the master has changed. Brzezinski is the author of a book that should have been read by every American interested in the future of this country, entitled The Technotronic Era. It was commissioned by the Club of Rome. The book is an open announcement of the manner and methods to be used to control the United States in the future. It also gave notice of cloning and robotoids, people who acted like people and who seemed to be people, but who were not. Brzezinski, speaking for the Committee of 300, said the United States was moving into an era unlike any of its predecessors. We were moving toward a technotronic era that could easily become a dictatorship. I reported fully on the technotronic era in 1981 and mentioned it in my newsletter a number of times. Brzezinski went on to say that our society is now an information revolution based on amusement focus, spectacles, saturation coverage by television of sporting events, which provide an opiate for an increasingly purposeless mass. Was Brzezinski another seer and a prophet? Could he see into the future? The answer is no. What he wrote in his book was simply copied from the Committee of 300's blueprint given to the Club of Rome for execution. Isn't it true that by 1991 we already have a purposeless mass of citizens? We could say that 30 million unemployed and 4 million homeless people are a purposeless mass. or at least the nucleus of one. In addition to religion, the opiate of the masses, which Lenin and Marx acknowledged was needed, we now have the opiates of mass spectator sport, unbridled sexual lusts, rock music, and a whole new generation of drug addicts. Mindless sex and an epidemic of drug usage was created to distract people from what is happening all around them. In the technotronic era, Brzezinski talks about the masses as if people are some inanimate object, which is possibly how we are viewed by the Committee of 300. He continually refers to the necessity of controlling us masses. At one point, he lets the cat out of the bag. At the same time, the capacity to assert social and political control over the individual will vastly increase. It will soon be possible to assert almost continuous control over every citizen and to maintain up-to-date files, containing even the most personal details about health and personal behavior of every citizen in addition to the more customary data. These files will be subject to an instantaneous retrieval by the authorities. Power will gravitate into the hands of those who control information. Our existing institutions will be supplanted by pre-crisis management institutions, the task of which will be to identify in advance likely social crises and to develop programs to cope with them. This describes the structure of FEMA, which came much later. This will encourage tendencies through the next several decades toward a technotronic era, a dictatorship, leaving even less room for political procedures as we know them. Finally, looking ahead to the end of the century, the possibility of biochemical mind control and genetic tinkering with man, including beings which will function like men and reason like them as well, could give rise to some difficult questions. Brzezinski was not writing as a private citizen, but as Carter's national security advisor and leading member of the Club of Rome and a member of the Committee of 300, a member of the CFR, and as a member of the old Polish black nobility. His book explains how America must leave its industrial base behind and enter into what he called a distinct new historical era. What makes America unique is its willingness to experience the future, be it pop art or LSD. Today, America is the creative society. The others, consciously or unconsciously, are emulative. What he should have said was that America is the proving ground for the Committee of 300 policies, which lead directly to a dissolution of the old order and an entry into the one world government, New World Order. One of the chapters in the technotronic era explains how the new technology will bring in its wake intense confrontation that will strain social and international peace. Oddly enough, we are already under intense strains through surveillance. Lourdes in Cuba is one place where this is happening. The other is NATO headquarters in Brussels, Belgium, where a giant computer designated 666 can store data of every type mentioned by Brzezinski, plus possessing an expanded capacity to take in data for several billions more people than presently exist, if it ever comes to that, but which, in the light of the Global 2000 genocidal report, will probably never need to be utilized. This is crazy! Retrieval of data will be simple in the United States, where Brzezinski and his Committee of 300 colleagues could simply add Social Security or driver's license numbers to 666 to provide the surveillance recording announced. The committee already in 1981 warned governments, including the government of the USSR, that there will be chaos unless the Committee of 300 takes complete control of preparations for the New World Order. Control will be exercised through our committee and through global planning and crisis management. I reported this factual information a few months after I received it in 1981. Another item I reported back then was that Russia had been invited to join the preparations for the coming one world government. When I wrote these things in 1981, the conspirators' global plans were already in an advanced state of preparedness. Looking back over the past 10 years, it can be seen just how rapidly the committee's plans have advanced. If the information provided in 1981 was alarming, then it should be even more alarming today, as we near the final stages of the demise of the United States as we know it. With unlimited funding, with several hundred think tanks, and 5,000 social engineers, the media banking and control of most governments a reality, we can see that we are tracing a problem of immense proportions, one that cannot be opposed by any nation at this time. As I have so often stated, we have been misled into believing that the problem I am talking about has its origin in Moscow. We have been brainwashed into believing that communism is the greatest danger we Americans are facing. This is simply not so. The greatest danger arises from the mass of traitors in our midst. Our Constitution warns us to be watchful of the enemy within our gates. These enemies are the servants of the Committee of 300, who occupy high positions within our governmental structure. The United States is where we must begin our fight to turn back the tide threatening to engulf us, and where we must meet and defeat these internal conspirators. The Club of Rome also had a direct hand in creating the 25-year-old war in El Salvador, as an integral part of the wider plan drawn up by Elliott Abrams of the U.S. Senate State Department. It was Committee of 300 member Willy Brandt, leader of the Socialist International, and a former chancellor of West Germany, who paid for the final offensive by the Salvadorian guerrillas, which fortunately was not successful. El Salvador was chosen by the committee to turn Central America into a zone for a new 30-year war. So they just planned 30-year wars like it's nothing, which task was allocated to Kissinger to carry out under the innocuous title of the Andes Plan. Just to demonstrate how the conspirators operate across all national boundaries, the final offensive action planned by Willy Brandt came about as a result of a visit to Felipe Gonzalez, who at the time was preparing himself for his Club of Rome ordained role as Spain's future prime minister. Apart from myself and one or two of my intelligence colleagues and former colleagues, no one appeared to have heard of Gonzalez before he surfaced in Cuba. Gonzalez was the Club of Rome's case officer for El Salvador, and the first socialist to be elevated to political power in Spain since the death of General Franco. Gonzalez was on his way to Washington to attend the Club of Rome's socialist Get Reagan meeting, which took place in December 1980. Present at the Gonzalez-Castro meeting was the left-wing guerrilla Gilmoro Ungo, run by the Institute for Policy Studies, IPS, the Committee of 300's most notorious Washington-based left-wing think tank. Ungo was run by an IPS fellow who died in a mysterious plane crash while en route from Washington to Havana to visit Castro. As most of us know, both the left and the right of the political spectrum is controlled by the same people, which will help to explain the fact that Ungo was a lifelong friend of the late Napoleon Duarte, leader of the right wing in El Salvador. It was after the Cuban meeting that the final offensive by the Salvadorian guerrillas was carried out. The polarizing of South America and the U.S. was a special assignment given to Kissinger by the Committee of 300. The Malvians War, also known as the Falklands War, and the subsequent overthrow of the Argentine government, followed by economic chaos and political upheavals, were planned by Kissinger associates acting in concert with Lord Carrington, a top-ranking member of the Committee of 300. One of the principal Committee of 300 assets in the U.S., the Aspen Institute of Colorado, also helped plan events in Argentina, even as it did in the case of the fall of the Shah of Iran. Latin America is important to the United States, not only because we have so many mutual defense treaties with countries there, but also because it has the potential of providing a huge market for American exports of technology. Heavy industrial equipment which world have galvanized many of our faltering companies and provided thousands of new jobs. This was to be prevented at all costs, even if it meant 30 years of war. Instead of seeing that this huge potential in a positive light, the Committee of 300 saw it as a dangerous threat to its post-industrial zero-growth U.S. plans and immediately acted to make an example of Argentina as a warning to other Latin American nations to forget any ideas they may have had to promote nationalism, independence, and sovereign integrity. This is the reason why so many Latin American countries turn to drugs as their sole means of support, which may very well have been the intention of the conspirators in the first place. Americans in general look down on Mexico, which is precisely the attitude with which the committee wants the people of the United States to regard Mexico. What we need to do is change our thinking about Mexico and South America in general. Mexico represents a potentially huge market for all types of U.S. goods, which could mean thousands of jobs for Americans and Mexicans alike. Transferring our industries south of the border and paying the maquiladores slave wages is not in the interest of either country. It benefits nobody but the Olympians. Mexico received most of its nuclear power technology from Argentina, but the Malvinas War put an end to that. The Club of Rome decreed back in 1986 that it would stop exports of nuclear technology to developing countries with nuclear power situations generating abundant cheap electricity. Mexico would have become the Germany of Latin America. Such a state of affairs would have been a disaster for the conspirators who have, by 1991, stopped all exports of nuclear technology, except that destined for Israel. What the Committee of 300 has in mind for Mexico is a feudal peasantry, a condition that allows for easy management and looting of Mexican oil. A stable and prosperous Mexico can only be a plus for the United States. This is what the conspirators wish to prevent. So they have engaged in decades of innuendo, slander, and direct economic war on Mexico. Before former President Lopez Portillo took office and nationalized the banks, Mexico was losing $200 million a day to capital flight, organized and orchestrated by the Committee of 300's representatives in banks and brokerage houses on Wall Street. If only we in the United States had statesmen and not politicians running the country, we could act together and set back the one world government, New World Order plans to return Mexico to a state of helplessness. If we were able to defeat the Club of Rome's plans for Mexico, it would come as a shock to the Committee of 300, a shock from which they would take a long time to recover. The inheritors of the Illuminati pose as great a threat to the United States as they do to Mexico. By seeking common ground with Mexican patriotic movements, we in the United States could forge a formidable force to be reckoned with. But such action requires leadership, and we are more lacking in leadership than any other area of endeavor. The Committee of 300, through its many affiliated organizations, was able to nullify the Reagan presidency. Here is what Stuart Butler of the Heritage Foundation had to say on the subject. The right thought it had won in 1980, but in fact it had lost. What Butler was referring to was the situation in which the right found itself when it realized that every single position of importance in the Reagan administration was filled by Fabianist appointees recommended by the Heritage Foundation. Butler went on to say that Heritage would use right-wing ideas to impose left-wing radical principles upon the United States. The same radical ideas which Sir Peter Vickers Hall, top Fabianist in the U.S., and the number one man at Heritage, had been openly discussing during the election year. Sir Peter Vickers Hall remained an active Fabianist, even though he was running a conservative think tank. As a member of the British oligarchical Vickers arrangement manufacturing family, he had position and power. The Vickers family supplied both sides in the First World War, and aging during Hitler's rise to power. Vickers' official cover was the University of California's Urban and Regional Development Institute. He was a longtime confidant of British Labour leader and Committee of 300 member Anthony Wedgwood Benn. Both Vickers and Benn are integrated with Tavistock Institute for Human Relations, the premier brainwashing institution in the world. Vickers uses his Tavistock training to very good effect when speech making. Consider the following example. There are two Americans. One is the 19th century, heavy industry-based society. The other is the growing post-industrial society, in some cases built on the shards of the old America. It is the crisis between these two worlds which will produce the economic and social catastrophe of the next decade. The two worlds are in fundamental opposition. They cannot coexist. In the end, the post-industrial world must crush and obliterate the other one. Remember, this speech was made in 1981, and we can see from the state of our economy and our industries just how accurate was Sir Peter's prediction. When concerned, people ask me how long the 1991 recession will last. I refer them to Sir Peter's statement and add my own opinion that it will not end until 1995 or 96. And even then, what emerges will not be the America we knew it in the 1960s and 1970s. That America has already been destroyed. I reported Sir Peter's speech in my newsletter soon after it was delivered. How prophetic it was. But then, it was easy to predict a future already written for America by the Committee of 300 and its executive Club of Rome. What was Sir Peter saying in a euphemistic manner? Translated into ordinary everyday English, he was saying that the old American way of life, our true and trusted republican form of government based upon our Constitution, was going to be crushed by the New World Order. America, as we knew it, was going to have to go or be crushed to pieces. As I said, Committee of 300 members often make themselves highly visible. Sir Peter was no exception. To make it clearly understood where he was coming from, Sir Peter rounded off his speech by declaring, "I am perfectly happy working with the Heritage Foundation and groups like that. True Fabians look to the New Right to push through some of their more radical ideas. For more than a decade, the British population has been subject to a constant propaganda barrage of how it was on the industrial skids. All of this is true, but the net effect of the propaganda was to demoralize the population, exactly as intended by the new scientists at Tavistock. This will happen in the United States as the economy worsens. This demoralizing process is necessary to make people accept difficult choices. If there is no planning for the future or its constituencies block progress, there will be social chaos on a scale where currently hard to imagine. The outlook for urban America is bleak. There is a possibility of doing something with the inner cities, but basically the cities will shrink and the manufacturing base will decline. This will produce social convulsions. Was Sir Peter a psychic, a magician of great rapport, or merely a charlatan fortune teller with a great deal of luck? The answer is none of these. All Sir Peter was doing was reading off the blueprint of the Committee of 300, Club of Rome, for slow death of the United States as a former industrial giant. Looking back over the 10 years of Sir Peter's predictions, can anybody doubt that the Committee of 300's plans for the demise of an industrialized United States has become a fait accompli? Haven't Sir Peter's predictions proved to be remarkably accurate? Indeed they have, almost down to the last word. It is worth noting that Sir Peter Vickers Hall's father-in-law, worked on the Stanford research paper, Changing Images of Man, from which much of the 3,000 pages of material advice sent to the Reagan administration was taken. Moreover, as a senior MJ6 British intelligence officer, Sir Peter Vickers was in a position to give Heritage a great deal of advance information. As a member of the Committee of 300 in NATO, Sir Peter Vickers was around when NATO directed the Club of Rome to develop a social program which would utterly change the direction in which America wanted to go. The Club of Rome, under Tavistock direction, ordered Stanford Research Institute, SRI, to develop such a program, not only for America, but for every nation in the Atlantic Alliance and the OECD nations. It was Sir Peter's protege, Stuart Butler, who gave President Reagan 3,000 pages of recommendations, which no doubt contained some opinions expressed by Anthony Wedgwood Benn, a member of Parliament and a ranking member of the Committee of 300. Benn told members of the Socialist International who met in Washington on December 8, 1980, "You can thrive under Volcker's credit collapse if you profile Reagan to intensify the credit collapse." That Butler's advice was taken and applied to the Reagan administration can be seen in the collapse of the savings and loan and banking industries, which accelerated under Reagan economic policies. While Benn called it profiling, he really meant that Reagan should be brainwashed. It is worth noting that von Hayek, who was a founder member of Heritage, used his student, Milton Friedman, to preside over the Club of Rome's plans to deindustrialize America, using the Reagan presidency to accelerate the collapse of first the steel industry and then the auto and housing industries, for example. In this regard, a French black nobility member, Etienne de Avignon, no idea, as a member of the Committee of 300, was assigned the task of collapsing the steel industry in this country. It is doubtful that any of the hundreds of thousands of steel workers and shipyard workers who have been without jobs for the past decade have ever heard of Diab him. I fully reported the plan in April 1981 Economic Review. Attending that fateful December 10th Club of Rome meeting in Washington, D.C., was a mystery man from Iran who turned out to be Bani Sadr, the Ayatollah Khomeini's special envoy. One speech in particular at the December 10th, 1980 conclave caught my attention, mainly because it came from Francis Mitterrand, a man the French establishment had discarded and thought to be washed up. But my intelligence source had previously told me that Mitterrand was in the process of being picked up, dusted off, and returned to power. So what he said carried a good deal of weight for me. Industrial capitalist development is the opposite of freedom. We must put an end to it. The economic system of the 20th and 21st century will use machines to crush man, first in the domain of nuclear energy, which is already producing formidable results. Mitterrand's return to the Elysee Palace was a great triumph for socialism. It proved that the Committee of 300 was powerful enough to predict happenings and then make them happen, by force, or by whatever means it took to make its point that it could crush any and all opposition, even if, as in the case of Mitterrand, he had been totally rejected a few short days before by a discerning political power group in Paris. Another group representative at the December 1980 Washington meetings with observer status was John Graham, also known as Irwin Sewall, head of the fact-finding committee of the Anti-Defamation League, ADL. The ADL is an outright British intelligence operation run by all three branches of British intelligence, that is, MI6 and the JIO. Sewall's extensive bag of dirty tricks was garnered from the sewers of the East End of London. Sewall is still a member of the super-secret SIS, an elite James Bond type of operation. Let nobody underestimate the power of the ADL, nor its long reach. Sewall works closely with Hall and other Fabianists. He was singled out as useful to British intelligence, while at Russkier Labour College at Oxford University in England, the same communist education centre that gave us Milner, Rhodes, Burgess, Maclean, and Kim Philby. Oxford and Cambridge universities have long been the province of the sons and daughters of the elite, those whose parents belonged to the upper crust of British high society. While at Oxford, Sewall joined the Young People's Socialist League and was recruited by British intelligence shortly thereafter. Sewall was posted to the United States, where he came under the protection and sponsorship of one of the most insidious leftists in the country, Walter Lippmann. Lippmann founded and ran the League for Industrial Democracy and Students for Democratic Society. both leftist spoiler operations to set industrial workers at variance with what it called the capitalist class and management. Both of Lippmann's projects were an integral part of the Committee of 300 apparatus that stretched right across America, of which Lippmann was a most important member. Sewall has strong connections with the Justice Department and can secure FBI profiles of any person he targets. The Justice Department has orders to give Sewall everything he wants when he wants it. Most of Sewall's activities center around keeping an eye on right-wing groups and individuals. The ADL has an open door to the State Department and makes good use of state's impressive intelligence agency. The State Department has a layer of agents in the right wing, posing as fearless anti-Semitic fighters. There are 4 leaders in this group of informers, 3 of whom are discreet Jewish homosexuals. This spy group has been in operation for the past 2 decades. They publish virulently anti-Jewish newspapers and sell a wide variety of anti-Semitic books. One of the principal operators works out of Louisiana. A member of this group is a writer who is dearly beloved in Christian right-wing circles. The group and the individuals who go to make it up are under the protection of the ADL. Sewall was deeply involved in the ABS cam and is often called upon by law enforcement agencies to assist them in investigations and sting operations. Okay, we got a couple more pages and that'll be the end of chapter 1, and then we'll call it there on the reading part and I'll start the video. Sewall was assigned to dog Reagan in terms of the course laid out for the newly elected president by the Heritage Foundation, and to figuratively fire a few warning shots if Reagan looked like deviating or taking off his blinders at any time. Sewall helped to get rid of any troublesome right-wing advisors not beholden to Heritage for his or her job with the Reagan administration. Such a person was Ray Donovan. No way. Such a person was Ray Donovan, Reagan's Secretary of Labor, who was eventually removed from his post thanks to the dirty tricks department of the ADL. James Baker III, one of those on the list of 3,000 recommendations made by the Heritage Foundation, was the go-between who carried Sewall's message of hate about Donovan to the president. Another important conspirator was Philip Agee, the so-called CIA defector. Although not a member of the committee, he was nevertheless its case officer for Mexico, and run by the Royal Institute for International Affairs, RIIA, and the Council on Foreign Relations. For the record, nothing that happens in the United States happens without the sanction of the RIIA, the Royal Institute for International Affairs. It is a continuing and ongoing agreement, first openly entered into by Churchill and Roosevelt in 1938. There were many such secret agreements before that, under the terms of which U.S. intelligence services are obliged to share intelligence secrets with British intelligence. This is the basis of the so-called special relationship between the two countries about which Churchill and Lord Halifax boasted, and which special relationship was responsible for the U.S. fighting the Gulf War against Iraq for and on behalf of British interests. More especially, British Petroleum, one of the most important companies in the Committee of 300, in which Queen Elizabeth's immediate family has a big stake. No intelligence activity has taken place since 1938, except through this special joint command structure. Philip Agee joined the CIA after graduating from Notre Dame, where he was inducted into its Jesuit Freemason ring. Agee first came to my attention in 1968 as the intelligence officer behind the riots at the University of Mexico. One of the most important things about the Mexican student riots was that they occurred at the same time as student rioting in New York, Bonn, Prague, and West Berlin. With the coordination expertise and its special intelligence network, of which Interpol is an integral part, it is not as difficult as it might seem at first sight for the committee to set in motion carefully timed global actions, whether they be student rioting or deposing leaders of supposedly sovereign nations. It is all a day's work for the Olympians. From Mexico, Agee moved on to align himself with Puerto Rican terrorist groups. During this time, he became a trusted confidant of the Cuban dictator, Fidel Castro. It should not be imagined that while Agee was carrying out these operations, he was doing so as a rogue agent. On the contrary, he was working for the CIA all during these assignments. Trouble came when Castro's DGI, Cuban Intelligence Service, was able to turn him. Agee continued to work in his capacity as a member of the CIA until his double role was uncovered. This involved the biggest Soviet listening post in the West, located at Lourdes, Cuba. Staffed by 3,000 Soviet specialists in signals monitoring and deciphering, Lourdes has the capability of monitoring thousands of electronic signals simultaneously. Many a private phone conversation between a member of Congress and his mistress was picked up at Lourdes and used to telling effect. Although we are told today in 1991 that communism is dead, the United States has done nothing to close down the vast spy operation which sits on our doorstep. Incidentally, Lourdes has the capability of picking up even the weakest tempest signal, which is the type given off by a fax machine or an electric typewriter, which, when deciphered, will give the contents of whatever is being typed or faxed. Lourdes remains dagger in the heart of the United States. There is absolutely no reason for its continued existence. If the United States and USSR are truly at peace with each other, why the continued need for so massive a spy operation? The simple truth is that, rather than retrenching personnel as we are led to believe, the KGB has taken on additional recruits during 1990 and 1991. Bernard Levin is probably not a name that is well known in the United States. Unlike decadent pop stars or Hollywood's latest miserable discovery, academics seldom, if ever, come before the public eye. Of the hundreds of academics in the United States working under the control of the Club of Rome, Levin is worthy of special mention, if for no reason other than his role in undermining Iran, the Philippines, South Africa, Nicaragua, and South Korea. The demise of the Shah of Iran was run to a plan devised by Bernard Levin and Richard Falk, and supervised by Robert Anderson's Aspen Institute. Levin was the author of a work entitled Time, Perspective, and Morale, which is a Club of Rome publication concerning how to break down the morale of nations and individual leaders. Here is an extract of the document. One of the main techniques for breaking morale through a strategy of terror consists in exactly this tactic. Keep the person hazy as to where he stands and just what he may expect. In addition, if frequent vacillations between severe disciplinary measures and promise of good treatment, together with the spreading of contradictory news, make the structure of the situation unclear, then the individual may cease to know whether a particular plan would lead toward or away from his goal. Under these conditions, even those individuals who have definite goals and are ready to take risks are paralyzed by the severe inner conflict in regard to what to do. This Club of Rome blueprint applies to countries as well as to individuals, particularly the government leaders of those countries. We in the United States need not think that, oh well, this is America, and those kinds of things just do not happen here. Let me assure you that they are happening in the United States, and perhaps more so than any other country. The Levin Club of Rome plan is designed to demoralize us all, so that in the end we feel we should follow whatever it is that is planned for us. We will follow Club of Rome orders like sheep. Any seemingly strong leader who suddenly appears to rescue the nation must be regarded with the utmost suspicion. Remember that Coleman was groomed for years by British intelligence, especially during his time in Paris, before he suddenly appeared as the savior of Iran. Boris Yeltsin is from the same MI6 SIS stable. The Club of Rome feels confident that it has carried out its Committee of 300 mandate to soften up the United States. After 45 years of waging war on the people of this nation, who will doubt that it has indeed accomplished its task? Look around and see how we have been demoralized. Drugs, pornography, rock and roll, free sex, the family unit, all but totally undermined. Lesbianism, homosexuality, and finally the ghastly murder of millions of innocent babies by their own mothers. Has there ever been a crime so vile as mass abortion? With the United States spiritually, morally bankrupted, with our industrial base destroyed, throwing 30 million people out of work, with our big cities ghastly cesspools of every imaginable crime, with a murder rate almost 3 times higher than that of any other country, with 4 million homeless, with corruption in government reaching endemic proportions, who will gainsay that the United States is ready to collapse from within into the waiting arms of the new dark age one world government? The Club of Rome has succeeded in splitting the Christian churches. It has succeeded in building up an army of charismatic fundamentalists and evangelicals who will fight for the Zionist state of Israel. During the Gulf War of genocide, I received scores of letters asking me how I could oppose a just Christian war against Iraq. How could I doubt that Christian fundamentalist support for the Committee of 300's war against Iraq was not biblical? After all, didn't Billy Graham pray with President Bush just before the shooting started? Doesn't the Bible speak of wars and rumors of wars? These letters give an insight into just how well the Tavistock Institute has done its work. The Christian fundamentalists will be a formidable force behind the state of Israel, exactly as planned. How sad that these fine people do not realize that they have been grossly misused by the Club of Rome, and that their opinions and beliefs are not their own, but those created for them by the hundreds of Committee of 300 think tanks that dot the American landscape. In other words, like any other segment of the United States population, the Christian fundamentalists and evangelicals have been thoroughly brainwashed. We, as a nation, are ready to accept the demise of the United States of America and the American way of life, once the envy of the entire world. Do not think this has happened on its own. The old times are changing syndrome. Time does not change anything. People do. It is a mistake to think of the Committee of 300 and the Club of Rome as European institutions. The Club of Rome exercises great influence and power in the United States and has its own chapter based in Washington, D.C. Senator Claiborne Pell is its leader, and one of its members is Frank M. Potter, a one-time staff director of the House Subcommittee on Energy. It is not difficult to see how the Club of Rome has maintained its grip on the United States energy policies and where environmentalists' opposition to nuclear energy is coming from. Perhaps the club's greatest success story is its hold over Congress in regard to nuclear energy, which has had the effect of preventing the United States from entering the 21st century as a strong industrial nation. The effect of the anti-nuclear policy of the Club of Rome can be measured in terms of silent blast furnaces, derelict railroad yards, rusting steel mills, shipyards long since closed down, and a valuable trained workforce scattered across the United States, which many may never again be assembled. Other Club of Rome members in the United States are Walter A. Hahn of the Congressional Research Service, On Cheatham, and Douglas Ross, both senior economists. Ross's task, in his own words, was to translate Club of Rome perspectives into legislation to help the country get away from the illusion of plenty. Ann Cheatham was the director of an organization called Congressional Clearinghouse for the Future. Her task was to profile members of Congress who would be susceptible to astrology and New Age mumbo-jumbo. At one stage, she had in excess of 100 congressmen in her classes. Daily sessions were held in which a variety of astrological forecasts were made based on her occult perceptions. Besides congressmen, other prominent people who attended her sessions were Michael Walsh, Thornton Bradshaw, a leading member of the Committee of 300, and David Sternlight, a senior vice president of Allstate Insurance Company. Some of the more important members of the Committee of 300 are also members of NATO, a fact which we ought to remember. These Committee of 300 members often hold several offices. Among the NATO Club of Rome membership are found Harlan Cleveland, a former U.S. ambassador to NATO, Joseph Slater, a director of the Aspen Institute, Donald Lesh, a former staffer in the United States National Security Agency, George McGehee, and Claiborne Pell, to name a few examples. It is important that we remember these names, make a list of them if you wish, so as to recall who they are and what they stand for when their names come up in television programs and news services. Following intelligence modus vivendi, leaders of the committee often appear on television, usually in the most innocent of guises. We ought to be aware that nothing they do is innocent. The Committee of 300 has planted its agents in the muscle and sinew of the United States, in its government, in Congress, in advisory posts around the President, as ambassadors and as secretaries of state. From time to time, the Club of Rome holds gatherings and conferences, which, although they appear under innocuous titles, break up into action committees, each of which is assigned a specific task and a specific target date by which time their assignments must be completed. If it does nothing else, the Committee of 300 is working to a very specific timetable. The first Club of Rome conference in the United States was called by the Committee of 300 in 1969, under the title The Association of the Club of Rome. The next meeting was held in 1970 under the title Riverdale Center of Religious Research, and was directed by Thomas Burnett. Then followed the Woodlands Conference held in Houston, Texas. Starting in 1971 thereafter, regular conferences have been held at Woodlands every year. Also in 1971, at a later date, the Mitchell Energy and Development Corporation held its energy strategy meeting for the Club of Rome. The recurring theme, limit the growth of the United States of America. Then, to crown it all, the first global conference on the future was held in July of 1980, attended by 4,000 social engineers and members of think tanks, all of whom were members of or affiliated with various institutions operating under Club of Rome umbrella organizations. The first global conference on the future had the blessing of the White House, which held its own conference based on the transcripts of the first global conference forum. It was called the White House Commission on the 1980s, and officially recommended the policies of the Club of Rome as a guide to future United States policies, and even went so far as to say that the United States economy is moving out of the industrial phase. This echoed the theme of Sir Peter Vickers Hall's and Zbigniew Brzezinski, and provides further proof of the control exercised by the Committee of 300 over U.S. affairs, both domestic and foreign. 2 more pages. As I said in 1981, we are set up politically, socially, and economically so that we remain locked into the Club of Rome's plans. Everything is rigged against us. If we are to survive, then we must break the stranglehold the Committee of 300 has on our government. In every election since Calvin Coolidge ran for the White House, the Committee of 300 has been able to plant its agents in key positions in government so that it matters not who gets the White House post. For example, every one of the candidates who ran for the presidency from the time of Franklin D. Roosevelt were selected. Some like to call it hand-picked by the Council on Foreign Relations, acting on the instructions of the RIIA, especially in the 1980 election. Every candidate for the highest office in the United States was run by the CFR. Therefore, it was of no consequence to the conspirators who won the presidential race. Through such Trojan horses as the Heritage Foundation and the CFR, all key policy-making positions in the new administrations were filled by the Council on Foreign Relations nominees, and before that, since the 1960s, by NATO Club of Rome. Yes, men. Thereby ensuring that key policy decisions before the indelible stamp of the Club of Rome and the CFR, acting as the executive arms of the Committee of 300. Both the 1984 and 1988 elections followed this long-established pattern. Secretary of State George Shultz was the perfect choice of the Committee of 300 for the office of Secretary of State. Shultz was always a creature of Henry Kissinger, the ruling order giver for the CFR. Moreover, his position with Bechtel, a key Committee of 300 company of global dimensions, gave him access to countries that might otherwise have been suspicious of his Kissinger connection. The Carter administration accelerated the process of key pro-conspiracy personnel in key positions. Before Carter was elected, his campaign strategist, Hamilton Jordan, said that if Cyrus Vance or Brzezinski received appointments in the Carter cabinet, he, Jordan, would resign. They did. Jordan did not resign. Carter's choice of Paul Volcker's, in fact he was told to appoint Volcker by David Rockefeller, started the collapse of the United States economy according to the plan laid down by the Club of Rome. We are up against powerful forces who are dedicated to the goal of a one-world government. We have been engaged in a devastatingly crippling war for the past 45 years. Only it is not perceived as such. It's been closer to 65 years now, 70 years now, because this was 1991. We are brainwashed, methodically and systematically, without ever being aware of it. The Tavistock Institute provided the system for this to take place, and then set its operations in motion. The only way we can fight back is by exposing the conspirators and their multiplicity of front organizations. We need men with experience who can formulate strategy to defend our priceless heritage, which, once lost, will never again reappear. We need to learn the methods the conspirators use, learn them, and adopt countermeasures. Only a crash program will stop the rot which is consuming our nation. Some may have difficulty in accepting the idea of a global conspiracy because so many writers have made financial gain from it. Others doubt that activity on a global scale can be successfully advanced. They see the huge bureaucracy of our government and then say, well, how are we supposed to believe that private people can do more than the government does? This overlooks the fact that the government is part of the conspiracy. Hard evidence is what they want, and hard evidence is difficult to come by. Others say, so what? What do I care about a conspiracy? I don't even bother to vote. That is exactly the way the general population of America was profiled to react. Our people have become discouraged and confused, the results of 45 years of warfare conducted against us. How this is done is explained in Bernard Lewin's book. But how many people would bother to read an academic's nonfiction book? We are reacting exactly as we were profiled to act. Demoralized and confused people will be far more ready to welcome the sudden appearance of a great man who promises to solve every problem and guarantee a well-ordered society in which people are fully employed and domestic strife is minimal. Their dictator, for that is who it will be welcomed with open arms. Knowing who the enemy is a vital necessity. No one can fight and against an unidentified enemy. This book could be used as a military field manual. Study its content and memorize all names. I have mentioned profiling techniques quite frequently in this chapter. A full explanation of profiling is contained in the next chapter. One of the most profound pieces of information to come out of the science of profiling is the relative ease in which this can be accomplished in individuals, party groups, political entities, and so on, right down the line. Once we wake up as to how easy this is to do, the conspiracy will no longer be more than we can comprehend. The assassination of President Kennedy and the attempt on the life of President Reagan become easy to understand. Okay, that's the end of the first chapter of the book, which I wasn't planning on reading, but I'm glad I did. It gives a lot of details to the vastness of what he is about to talk about in this video, which again, the video is an hour and 42 minutes long. I'm gonna make it all together, and I'm not gonna cut any of this out. I'm just gonna let it be as it was, and I pray to God you guys actually listen this far. And please stay for the rest of the video. You don't have to watch it, just listen to it. Like, put it in the background, pay attention to the words. I'm gonna pause this real quick, go to the bathroom, get a drink, and then I will start the video. I'll be right back. Alright, let's start the video. Dr. John Coleman is brought to you by Wake Up America, the Committee of 300. And I'm going to mute the microphone because I had to turn the AC on and I have the dogs in here. But I'll mute it and then we'll catch back up at the end of the video.
I just want to give you a brief introduction to Dr. Coleman. I've been studying this for a long time and seeing what's happened to our country, and you know, it's kind of sad in this country that you have to come to a meeting on Saturday morning to get the truth. You can't turn on the television because you sure don't get the truth there. So we sure appreciate everybody coming out, but in order to do that, I ran across Dr. Coleman's work. And when you've studied this and looked for the truth, and it's a pleasure to find somebody like Dr. Coleman that'll bring you to a new level of what the real truth, who's really behind what's going on in this country. None of this is an accident. This is orchestrated. This has been planned and plotted and is moving right along. And if the only thing that you can do is be informed and learn what's going on, who's really behind it. And nobody does that better than Dr. Coleman. He's an author of 3 books. He has a table back here. I recommend that you look through his material. It'll bring you to a new level of information as to what's going on in the country as well as the world. And this is the only country left that stands between the country as we know it, or the world as we know it, and the New World Order, which will drastically change everybody's lives, as Dr. Coleman will tell you. But the big difference between Dr. Coleman and some of the other speakers is he's been in most of the places that we're talking about. He's been in Lebanon, Brazil, France, Italy, Spain, England, South Africa, and all over the U.S. And he did this, you know, in his work. He has first-hand experience with most of the things that are going on here. He studied 5 years in the British Museum in London, also in the Cain Museum in Egypt, where he did research on the Black Plague. And, you know, if you study his work or read his work on AIDS, I think it'll shock most of you. In his investigation, you know, through the congressional records, and the congressional records is where most information is in this country. And he would feel very comfortable, you know, in debating the Supreme Court justice on the Constitution at any time, because our Constitution is basically being walked all over at this time. But at this time, I'd like to bring on Dr. Coleman, and let's give a big hand to him, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that great welcome. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be among you here this morning. Looking at all these big fellows around the place, I feel a little small in stature, but I would remind you what Wellington told the German General Blücher at Waterloo when he rode up to inspect Wellington's troops. He saw the Scotch and the Irish Guards on the hillside. He rode through them and he turned to Wellington and said, "They're rather small, aren't they?" And Wellington said, "Yes, but they don't run away." Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a message of hope, not fear. A message that I hope will galvanize us all into much needed action. The problem is quite simple. Anarchy and chaos prevails in Washington, D.C. because the federal government has seized powers to which it is not entitled to and is passing masses of laws that are 100% unconstitutional. And when you get men setting themselves up as greater than the Constitution of the United States, you get anarchy and eventually tyranny. Now, I'm paranoid. I'm going to admit to you right up front. But let me tell you what the real meaning of the word paranoid is. It is a man or a person who has the ability to link events that seemingly are not connected. That is the true meaning of paranoia, or being paranoid. Of course, it's been used by our enemies, the socialists, the Marxists, the liberals, the so-called progressives, to smear us. How many times haven't I heard it said of me, "That fellow's paranoid"? Yes, I'm glad to admit it, because I have the ability to connect events that are seemingly unconnected. And when you do that, you begin to arrive at the truth. It's taken me 25 years to come to the conclusions that I have come to. And I want to tell you that one of the biggest things I discovered in my work was the existence of a supranational committee composed of 300 men. I came across this quite by accident when I was serving in Africa, in Angola, and I was given a series of documents which were only supposed to be handed in to top-level people. They were what we called above the top level of classification of intelligence documents. And there I discovered that whilst I thought I was in Africa fighting against the invasion of the communists, I was in fact fighting to introduce socialist regimes in the black African countries, and that I was actually working for a committee called the Committee of 300, also known in intelligence circles as the Olympians. I'll stop right there, and I want to digress for a moment and tell you the word intelligence. It's been bandied around a great deal in the United States. I've seen people writing this and that and the other intelligence newsletter. They really have no experience whatsoever. In 1986, I wrote a work called Mind Control, Metaphysics, Extremely Low Frequency Radiation, and Weather Modifications. And in that work, July the 8th, 1986, I said that the top-level intelligence organization in the United States was the National Reconnaissance Office, far bigger than the CIA and any of the other intelligence agencies. And by the way, we have about 10 different ones in the United States. And I even had the audacity to give the address of this organization. 3 weeks ago, Mr. Sam Donaldson, the gentleman who wears that beautiful toupee so effectively, he came on with a program in prime time, and he said, this is one of the biggest scoops that ABC has ever had. And he told about the National Reconnaissance Organization. The exact same thing that I published 8 years earlier. I tell you this to set the stage so that you'll understand I do have some experience and that I know that of which I speak. You know, the American people are somewhat like the Irish. I'm sure you've heard the story of the Irishman who got shipwrecked, and after many days he was washed up on an island, and as he staggered along the beach, some people came out of the trees waving spears, and he said to them, is there a government here? And they said, yes. He said, well, then I'm against it. Liberty is based on individual freedom. We are individual people. We are not the mass, so disdainfully referred to by Karl Marx and the socialist writers. We objected to a tax of a penny a pound on tea when King George of the Venetian Party of the North, now that's probably the first time you've heard that expression. It took me 5 years of digging in the British Museum in London, which I consider to be the finest repository of knowledge in the world, to come up with that name. That was what the party of King George was called, and we'll come to the reason for that. But our colonists said, we're not going to pay this penny a pound on tea. Today, we are being driven on our knees by a tyrannical government which is imposing all sorts of taxes upon us, and worse than that, trammeling on and tramping on the Constitution of the United States of America, which is the second greatest document in the world next to the Bible. And if we could rebel against the mighty powers of King George III, the most potent force in the world at that time, then, ladies and gentlemen, it is time that we rebelled against a federal government that is trammeling the Constitution underfoot every day of the week. King George III of the Venetian Party of the North did more than that. He sent Adam Smith, a servant of the British East India Company, to formulate a policy which he called free trade. And by the means of free trade, Adam Smith, a greatly beloved economist of the Marxists, the socialists, and the liberals, hoped to bring the small manufactories and the industries established by the colonists to their knees. Let me tell you unequivocally that free trade is piracy. There is no such thing as free trade. We have to reject this constant brainwashing to which we are subjected. Free trade began with Adam Smith and the British East India Company. Now, who is the British East India Company? They played a massive role in the history of the United States of America. Only you are not taught this in your schools or in your universities, but you need to know. In my book, The Committee of 300, which took 20 years of research, and incidentally, I was only a little bit behind with Karl Marx. He spent 30 years in the British Museum in London, where he got most of his things from. I point out that the British East India Company was the most powerful trading company in the world. They made their massive monies out of the dope trade. They first grew prime poppies in Kew Gardens in Kensington, London, got the best producing opium poppies. They then shipped them to Benares in India, where they began a massive plantation of poppies, opium-producing poppies. They then used their famous tea clippers to transport the poppies in the form of raw opium to China. And by their military force, they imposed an opium policy on China that turned the Chinese nation into a nation of addicts. And they enforced this policy, which was known to the royal family and Lord Gladstone, the Prime Minister, and every one of the lords and ladies in England. And they made a massive, huge fortune. In researching these documents in India House in London, I came across some of the manifests of the old tea clippers and the numbers of kegs of opium they carried in the values. And I totaled up these things, and I found to my astonishment that if we took 1970 as an optimum year for profits in General Motors and Ford, in 1 year, the opium trade with China was 3 times the profits of the combined profits of Ford and General Motors in 1970. And this was shared by 300 people. That was the committee that ran the British East India Company. They all had equal voting rights. They could not outvote each other, and of course they were sworn to secrecy. The descendants of the British East India Company today run the United States. And I will hope to prove my thesis as we go along. They also interfered in the development of the United States on every occasion. They armed the Indians, they armed the people against the settlers who were pushing west. They ran the Hudson's Bay Company. They also ran so-called mission stations in China and got these missionaries who were really not missionaries at all to push opium on the Chinese. And I remember a conversation with the late Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, Prime Minister of Egypt, President of Egypt, and Mohammed Aikel, one of the top journalists, with Chou En-lai. And Chou En-lai told him, he said, you know, the Americans and the British made China a nation of opium addicts, and now with the Vietnam War, it's our turn. We are going to make the Americans a nation of opium addicts. So you can see the influence, the evil, baleful influence of the British East India Company upon the great nation of the United States of America. They were the ones who financed the war. They put up the money for the British troops to buy the Hessian mercenaries and to fight the colonists. Those brave 3%, let me remind you that only 3% of the people took arms and stood up against the mighty army of King George III. We are 3% here this morning, but that's enough for us to withstand the mighty force of the federal government of the United States of America. These 300 men in the Committee of 300 still run the world today with an iron fist. Their wealth is untold, cannot be measured. I know I looked at some of the records that I could find in Italy, in Rome. I've done most of my work on location, and this has always been invaluable to me. And I came across the families in Italy who were called the Fondi, meaning the people who had all the money. They were all members of the Committee of 300, the Lucatis, the Recanatis, the Volpi du Miseratis. These people are so wealthy that they would make David Rockefeller look like a piker. That is how rich they are. And this is the committee that runs the world. Now, in my book, The Committee of 300, I name every one of them. This is not a book that talks about they. It gives you specifics. And I must say I do the same thing in my new book, Socialism, The Road to Slavery, which was 10 years in researching. On July the 4th, 1789, George Washington told the Congress, it is necessary for us to impose tariffs to protect the manufactories of our colonies. That was the first trade barrier. Now, let us dispose for once and for all with the words that have been implanted on our minds, like isolationist, and you are for restricted trade, and you are against global trade. The United States of America did not grow great on global trade. The United States of America grew great on the hard labor of the people who lived in those days and the wise protection barriers put up by President George Washington, because immediately after the war, the British tried to down the United States through so-called free trade, which is nothing but piracy. Free trade, ladies and gentlemen, is a one-way street which allows other countries to dump their products on our markets to the detriment of our own people. That's what free trade is. It's strictly a one-way street. The trade barriers were increased by Lincoln, Garfield, and McKinley, and all three presidents paid with their lives for that policy. Disraeli was particularly incensed with Lincoln. Disraeli was the British Prime Minister at the time, and he ordered British MI6 to assassinate Lincoln, which is what they did, the same way as British MI6 publicly executed President John F. Kennedy at a later time. Our founding fathers and our presidents saw the value of trade barriers. They realized that we, if we wanted to progress, were not to be the dumping ground of the world. And I'm going to leave that subject for now and return to it later. The format that I want to use this morning is the type of questions that are most often asked of me. I've spoken to hundreds of thousands of people across the United States and worldwide, and I've been on many, many radio shows, and these type of questions, we note them, and this is what comes up most of all. Who and what is the Committee of 300? Well, I've dealt with that. I've told you this is a supranational body that knows no boundaries, respects the laws of no countries. The first time that they were publicly announced was by a German socialist by the name of Walter Rathenau. Now, I'll give you some background of Walter Rathenau. He was the financial advisor to the Kaiser of Germany, and he was also the financial advisor to the Rothschilds, the French family Rothschild. So he must have known what he's talking about. He made an astonishing statement in 1934. He said, there is a committee of 300 men that rule the world. They are known only to each other, and nothing happens without their consent. When former head of state Mikhail Gorbachev visited the United States a few years ago, flanked by George Bush and Quayle, he opened his Gorbachev Foundation in the United States. And he let slip, he said, this is being done with approval of the Committee of 300. CNN cameras were on him. They immediately switched. Now, I wrote to CNN and I said, could I have a transcript of this program, which they said was available. I never got a reply. I followed it up with letter after letter, but nothing ever came of it. The point I'm trying to make, ladies and gentlemen, is that the federal government, the secret upper-level parallel government that runs the United States, does not want you to know that you have an upper-level parallel government that calls the shots, that dictates what is going to happen to your life and mine. So that's how I found out about the Committee of 300. The next question is, what are their goals? Their goals are a one-world government, latterly called the New World Order. The one-world government began with King George III. At the time that the colonists were brave enough to take him on, King George was already busy formulating a one-world government, and he had lined up at least 50 countries that were willing to come into this future world dictatorship with him. The goals then, very simply stated, are to make the world over into a one-world, new world order dictatorship controlled utterly and completely by this Committee of 300. How can they possibly carry out their goals? That's the next question that I'm often asked. They do it by dint and by virtue of their fantastic wealth and the fact that they control thousands of the top banking institutions, the political organizations, insurance companies. In fact, one of the giant insurance companies, a man called me and said, "Do you mean to tell me that they are controlling the Metropolitan of New York?" I said, "The Metropolitan of New York is peanuts." He said, "How can you say that? That's a giant American company." I said, "Well, compared with the Assicurenzi de Generali de Venezia, it's peanuts. That's the biggest insurance company in the world. They control in that organization everything that happens in the world in the insurance field comes out of Venice. That's why Venice is so important, because in Venice we have the black nobility. Now that has nothing to do with the color of the skin of the people, and I'm going to come back to them as we go along. So the goals are a one-world dictatorship of the most brutal kind, and how they carry it out is they have these interface banks, insurance companies, mining conglomerates, every conceivable control in politics, including the Democrat Party of the United States, which is, of course, since 1980 behind closed doors at a secret caucus in Washington, D.C. The Democrat hierarchy took on the goals of the old Socialist Party USA, i.e. based upon the Communist Manifesto of 1848. If you have a copy of my book, and I'm not pushing it, but in my book, The Committee of 300, I list every one of their huge, gigantic corporations, how they interface. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is an eye-opener, because it gets right down to the nitty-gritty of your everyday life in the cities and towns across the United States. So they carry out their goals through existing organizations. And also, of course, they have built up some special organizations of their own. When I first started writing in America, when I came here in 1969, I revealed the existence of an organization called the Royal Institute for International Affairs, which is located at Chatham House in 10 St. James Square in London. I also revealed the existence of the Club of Rome, the Cini Foundation, the Mont Pelerin Society, the Order of St. John, which was known but not known. And I listed all of these secret societies that run the world as executive arms of the Committee of 300. So it controls the world through all of these. The Royal Institute for International Affairs is the executive arm of this committee, which gives instructions to the United States government to this very day. The chain of command is as follows. Every Secretary of State that has been appointed since 1919 is appointed by the Royal Institute for International Affairs. That may come as a shock for you. You think you vote and you put a conservative in the White House, and then he appoints supposedly or allegedly conservative people to carry out the policies that you wanted him to implement. Surprise, surprise. I ask you to find me a conservative Secretary of State since 1919. And if you search diligently and apply the correct rules, you will come up blank. Every one of the Secretaries of State was chosen in London by the Secretary of State, as was Wilson, the President Wilson, as was Roosevelt, as was James Earl Carter. He was specially chosen because he'd had 3 mental breakdowns, and they felt he would be a good guy to manipulate. Oh, I'm talking facts. I'll tell you the story of that. In my World in Review news magazine, I wrote that, James, I'm digressing a bit here, but it's necessary to do that now and then. It's not a sign of a bad speaker, although I don't put any laurels around my own neck. But James Earl Carter was not a known entity in the American scene. I first heard of him through my intelligence contacts, particularly my French sources, who were one of the best in the world after MI6, and he told me, your next president is going to be a peanut farmer from Georgia. And I said, how come? He said, right now they're meeting at the Dorchester Hotel in London. And if you get your fanny over there, he said, you'll find that there's a lot of goings on you might like to look at. And lo and behold, that's what was happening. The Royal Institute for International Affairs had ordered David Rockefeller to find a candidate who was totally weak, preferably a little mentally weak. And they put one of the greatest brainwashing specialists in the world, trained by the Tavistock Institute for Human Relations, Dr. Peter Bourne, on the job. And he said, it's funny you should say that. One of my patients is a guy from Georgia, James Earl Carter, and this guy can't take rejection, and he's been to me 3 times for a nervous breakdown. So they hiked Carter over to London and feted him at the Dorchester Hotel, which is a very ritzy place. And they feted him and wined and dined him. And the next thing we saw, Time, Newsweek, every newspaper in the country, James Earl Carter. Now we, in our little magazine, World in Review, we told those of our subscribers, this man is your next president. We also did exactly the same thing with William Jefferson Clinton, because we had the story of the Club of Rome. We knew who Agnelli was. We knew that Agnelli had had a huge love affair with Mrs. Pamela Harriman, and that Mrs. Pamela Harriman was the doyen of the Democrat Party, and Mrs. Harriman had been given the task of finding the next president of the United States, a socialist. And she picked up Clinton and said, "You're our boy." But there's one snag. Clinton went up there brushing his forelock back, said, "Well, you know, there's one problem. My wife's left me." So Mrs. Harriman was dumbfounded. She said, "Well, you better give it back in a hurry." And he said, "No, she doesn't want to come back to me because of my tryst with other women." That's how he put it. My philanderings would have been a better word, but he said tryst with other women. So Mrs. Harriman sent for Mrs. Clinton, and she duly came to New York, and she sat her down and said, "Look, if you want to be the first lady of America with all the attendant prestige and power, you better forget about your husband's philanderings and get right back to him." And that is precisely what happened. And when I heard that had happened, I knew this guy was the next president. And we wrote that in our news magazine. And sure enough, a year later, here came marching into the scene William Jefferson Clinton. So the RIA, the Royal Institute for International Affairs, does control everything that happens in the United States. They give their orders to the Morgan Guarantee and Trust Bank on Wall Street. And the chief executive officer of that organization is Dennis Weatherstone. And he duly relays the orders over to the Secretary of State, whoever that happens to be. And he then relays the orders to the President. There was one exception to this, and that was during the illegal, 100% unconstitutional Gulf War. Now, I'm going to use a word, and I apologize to the ladies for this, but I need to tell you this graphically to illustrate the power that the Royal Institute for International Affairs exercises over the affairs of the United States of America. When George Bush was hesitating and didn't know whether he should get into the Gulf or not, the Prime Minister of Britain, Mrs. Margaret Thatcher, came over to the Committee of 300's headquarters at the Aspen Institute, Colorado, and this is the phone call that she had with George Bush. She said, "George, this is Margaret. Apologies to you, ladies president. Get your ass up here. I've got some orders for you about the Gulf War." And Bush went scurrying up there like a little messenger boy. And the next thing we know, there was this massive outpouring of propaganda to start a war against the nation of Iran, a nation that had never done this country one iota of harm. I use those illustrations in order to give you the extent of the control that is exercised by this Committee of 300. There are many other societies that are operating for the RIIA. The Illuminati, which has been around for many, many years. I've written a work called The Illuminati in America, 1784 to 1994. A lot of people think this is an ancient secret society that's gone away. They think that Adam Weishaupt had a quarrel with the Catholic Church and that's it. Don't you believe it? 13 of the top families in the United States are in the Illuminati today, and they have a big say on everything that happens politically in this country. Then we have the Society of Cincinnati, which I don't think many of you will have heard about. That is an ultra secret society to which every president of the United States is forced to belong, including our so-called conservative presidents. And I point this out to you to show you that it doesn't matter who is in the White House. This Committee of 300, through the Royal Institute for International Affairs, through the Council on Foreign Relations, exercises complete control. But their strongest arm is called the Club of Rome. Now, when I first heard of the Club of Rome in 1969, I immediately began my investigation. And as Ken told you, all of my investigations have been done on location. Every one of them. The Club of Rome is one of the most insidious, baneful organizations in existence today, which has done intolerable, immeasurable harm to the United States of America. This Committee of 300 told a man called Aurelio Pecchi to form this Club of Rome with the main object of bringing down the industries and the agricultural development of the United States. He immediately wrote a paper in which he said there are too many people on the earth, and that the United States, with its industrial development, its agricultural development, is responsible for this curse of overpopulation. And he picked up the documentation for his work from Lord Bertrand Russell, a senior statesman of the Committee of 300. And Lord Bertrand Russell had written a work called The Impact of Science on Society. And if you can ever secure a copy of that book, which I doubt you'll be able to get, you will see in there that he said the world is grossly overpopulated and we have to get rid of at least half of the world's population, and it doesn't matter how we do it. So the Club of Rome was instituted and organized to start an attack on the world's population using the United States as the whipping boy. And they came up with a paper called the Zero Growth Post-Industrial Plan for Industry and Agriculture for the United States of America. 3 days after that plan was accepted as official United States policy by James Earl Carter, I was able to, through my intelligence people, get a copy of this insidious document. Basically what it said was that the middle class in the United States of America had to be destroyed, because in the coming push to a world order, the middle class would be the stumbling block, because history had shown that the peasant class in ancient days, when they had revolted, were just easily crushed. There was no resistance. But now had grown a new super class of people in the United States called the middle class, who had long-term employment, who had job security, who were well paid, who could afford to buy the products that were made by the United States and didn't need to buy products from China or anywhere else. And the Club of Rome post-industrial zero-growth paper said this has got to stop. We have to bring down the middle class of the United States. And the way that we will do this, the way that we will accomplish this task, is by crushing their industries. In 1980, based on this report, I wrote a small work, a booklet, called The Death of the United States Steel Industry. And in that I told of a French aristocrat by the name of Etienne d'Avignon. And I'm sure there's not a single steel worker in America out of a job who's ever heard of this man's name. But they put this aristocrat onto the job of destroying first the steel industry. In my book in 1980, I said that by 1985 we would have silent blast furnaces. The rolling mills would be stopped. There would be no more shipbuilding. We'd have thousands of skilled workers who'd pass the skills of their trade down for generations, who were forever dispossessed of their jobs. If you go to the Northeast United States today, ladies and gentlemen, and I've just been up in Cleveland where I had a very good radio address I gave there, you will find that what I said in 1980 has unhappily come to pass. In 1970, the United States had 5,000 ships built by good United States know-how, using good United States steel. 5,000 ships sailing the high seas. Last year, we had exactly 270 such ships, and at least 50,000 steel workers permanently out of a job jobs that will never come back. What happened? Did we suddenly lose our marbles? Did we suddenly lose that great American know-how of getting things done? Did we lack finances? Did we run out of money? No. None of those things happened. What happened was this dastardly Club of Rome had sent their emissaries to the United States to deliberately destroy our steel plants. And they did it by opening the doors of so-called free trade. And everybody who signed the NAFTA treaty and everybody who signs the GATT treaty when it passes is a traitor and a seditionist. Our mighty steel industry is destroyed. Our shipyards are silent. Our skilled workers are permanently without a job. And if you don't believe me, get the report of the Club of Rome. You know, when I came out in 1969 with my report on the Club of Rome, nobody had ever heard of it. And people, when they got it, said, "Oh, this guy's paranoid. There's no such organization. It's probably something to do with the Catholic Church." Well, surprise, surprise, 25 years later, last year, the Club of Rome celebrated its celebratory anniversary, and Alexander King, its chairman, stated, "The American people henceforth must get used to the idea that they will never, ever again in their lifetime have full employment." What a scandalous thing that our government is fully cooperating with this organization built up by the Royal Institute for International Affairs to destroy the middle class of the United States and to add to the policies of global genocide. And that brings me to the next question. What is the Global 2000? Once again, when I heard about this policy, it was 3 days after it had been accepted by the United States government as its official policy. And the Global 2000 was a blueprint for mass genocide produced by the Club of Rome. Basically, what the Global 2000 calls for is the destruction of half of the world's population by the year 2050. Hence the title 2000. They built a case based on Bertrand Russell and H.G. Wells' findings that the world was going to be overpopulated, would be a terrible place to live in. That was picked up by a fellow called Robert Strange McNamara, and a stranger individual you're not likely to meet in this world. And this fellow had a conference of all the leading bankers about 12 years ago, and he said the biggest menace facing the world today is the American middle class and overpopulation. He linked the two together. And he said, by the year 2050, this is the state of the world. All of these unfed, unwashed people, no jobs. He said, do we want to live in a world like that? So the Global 2000 was a genocidal plan to take care of the people of the United States who don't have any jobs and who, like Alexander King said, are never going to get their jobs back, and the masses of people in other nations. That is why we had the sudden appearance of AIDS. When I was in the service, I was told there's a CAB experiment, that's chemical and bacteriological warfare experiment, going on in Sierra Leone in Africa. That's a remote corner of Africa, West Africa, just above Liberia. If you look at your map, your atlas, and you'll see where it's located. Why Liberia? Extremely hard country to get to. You have to fly from London. That's the only way you can get there. You land on an island, and then you've got to take a ferry across to the mainland. And, of course, all people taking the ferry are heavily scrutinized. And I managed to work my way. I was told the Americans were doing the CAB experiment. I managed to work my way to within striking distance of a small mission station. And what I discovered was that these blacks were coming in from the bush to this mission station with broken arms or an ulcer on the leg or something like that. And they were ostensibly being treated there, but they were dead by the evening. What was actually going on was that a laboratory had been set up using Lassa fever virus. Now at that time, Lassa fever was one of 4 viruses that could jump the human-animal barrier. And it was a deadly virus. They were trying to create a virus that could be mass-produced and it could be sent out through the World Health Organization to get rid of millions of people in the world. But the Lassa fever virus proved uncontrollable. It killed 3 scientists who were working there. So the orders came from Washington, burn the place to the ground, and that's exactly what they did within a radius of 100 miles. They bottled up some of these viruses they'd been experimenting with and took them back to the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta. There they began again, but again they escaped and killed 3 more scientists. So they incinerated the whole laboratory, sealed it off and incinerated. The same experiments are now going on in Harvard University right now. But they're not using the Lassa fever virus. That has proved to be too tough for them to handle. Instead, the United States government gave millions of dollars to the United States military chemical and bacteriological warfare establishment at Fort Detrick, and they began experimenting with the AIDS virus. I knew about the AIDS 3 years before the word ever came out in the world, in the United States particularly, because of my field work in Sierra Leone. The British government used their Porton Down CAB facility. It's easier to get into the Bank of England vaults than to get into Porton Down. All the deadliest viruses in the world are being crafted there, in pursuance of the goal, the Global 2000, to decimate the world. Shortly after this experiment had finished at Fort Detrick, the World Health Organization started a massive vaccination campaign. They said, for once and for all, we're going to wipe out the scourge of smallpox. They chose Africa and Brazil, launched a massive vaccination campaign. Immediately, AIDS began to appear. Thousands and thousands of people began dying of the strange new virus, which the World Health Organization then said had come from the bite of a green monkey. They forgot to tell you the green monkey's been there for centuries, and he'd been biting people if he ever did for centuries, but no disease of that nature had ever occurred. The World Health Organization deliberately took this virus, which was crafted from a series of animal viruses, including Mediavirus sheep, which destroys the brain, which is why you find AIDS patients get dementia probably first before any of the other AIDS-related complex diseases appear. And they began vaccinating innocent people on a massive scale, and they began dying like flies. Why Africa and why Brazil? Because those 2 countries had the biggest black population in the world. And I want to tell the black people of the United States of America, do not trust the Democrat Party. Do not trust government. Do not believe that government is your friend. To them you are dispensable, the same way as we are. Millions of people died. I went through Uganda on an inspection tour, and I saw whole areas decimated where previously there had been small towns and villages. There was not a living soul in sight. And that is going on today. The AIDS epidemic is completely out of hand. It swept the world. It's been swept under the carpet in the United States of America. We were told that this is a disease which is passed by homosexuals. True enough, but that's not the primary cause of it. This is a crafted virus that was spread throughout the world to decimate the population. Coming behind them, and we reported this about 2 years ago in our World in Review news magazine, is the Vibro 19 cholera virus, a deadly killer. You get this cholera in the morning. If it's not immediately treated with massive doses of expensive antibiotics, you'll be dead in a day and a half. This epidemic swept India, carrying away millions of people. I don't know if you've heard of it in the press. I doubt it. Behind that is a deadly strain of malaria, and some of our forces in Somalia contracted this disease, a strain of malaria which acts almost like the HIV virus. It attacks the human immune system. And behind that, the Black Plague. Now, you've had some experience with Black Plague recently. Experiments were conducted in this area and in California with the Black Plague, distributing them, these plague viruses, to definitive areas by means of enfolded scalar waves using extremely low frequency radiation, which was a warfare technique developed in 1934 by the great Soviet virologist V.A. Gertchev. This is not Buck Rogers stuff, ladies and gentlemen. This is today's deadly truth. So some of the Indian reservations were targeted, and all of a sudden they began dying of Black Plague. And then we were told, well, the harvest mouse droppings are responsible. Well, the harvest mouse has been doing his droppings for centuries, but none of them got the Black Plague before that. But What happened immediately following the so-called population control meeting in Cairo? There was a sudden and violent outbreak of black plague in India, and it is still going on, and it is not under control. This is all part of the Global 2000 mass genocide plan. I know something about the Black Plague because in my research in the British Museum I discovered that the black Venetian nobility had never, none of their families or members had ever got the Black Plague. Yet the Black Plague, as you know, swept through Europe and killed half of the population of Europe. But none of their families ever got it. So I began seeking for the answers, and I found them in the Cairo Museum. So people said, well, how come, if these things are true, how are they going to protect themselves? They being the Committee of 300, their servants and their families, they have the means of protecting themselves by certain types of herbal compounds mixed with sugar. And they also have, of course, the protection of extremely low-frequency radiation, where using the technology developed by the great virologist Goethe, who proved that every living thing on this earth has a vibratory cycle, and he was able to measure the vibratory cycle of various deadly viruses, and by vibrating them double their cycle, he would kill them instantly. So that's one of the defensive weapons that these people have got that will kill the plague if they ever get it. The same technique, of course, will kill cancer cells, but the medical profession run by the Rockefeller family, own all the pharmaceutical companies, do not want you to know this, because when you go in for the doctor, he's going to write you a prescription for a chemical drug. There's no chemical drug benefit out of extremely low frequency radiation vibration, no profit to these people. So that's the Global 2000. Decimate the world's population and particularly hit hard the United States middle class. How are they financing all of this stuff? They're financing it through the Fondi, who I mentioned to you earlier, the Venetian black nobility. Now, why are they called the black nobility? They're called that because of the vileness and the evilness of their deeds. These families date back to the 11th centuries, the Lucatis, the Recanatis. They were called, and the Guelphs, by the way, I'll come to them, they're particularly interesting. They were called that because of the evilness of their deeds. They make Lucrezia Borgia look like a Sunday school teacher. They had so much money, which is the outcome of the drug trade, the years of investing, the years of gaining control of every mining, mineral, gold, oil, natural resource of the world, that they can afford to finance these things. So the black nobility are the ancient aristocrats of Venice and Genoa, and they called that because of the nature of their deeds. The black Guelphs were one of the worst of them. Now, interesting enough, the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth II, is a Guelph. She's not a Windsor. This was a title that was evolved in 1935 by her father to put researchers off the track. I like to include myself in that category, although I wasn't doing it then. I was much too young to be doing it, but he didn't like that certain people were getting hot on the track of who this royal family actually was, and so this was put out that they are the House of Windsor. They are not. They're the House of Guelph, and it's important for us to know that, because every time there's a financial crisis, it follows a meeting of the black Guelphs upon the Royal Britannia yacht of the Queen of England, which anchors off the coast of Venice, and all the world bankers meet over there and say, now this is what we're going to do to country X, this is how we're going to control this worldwide situation. And then they go off and give their orders to everybody. So that is the way it is done. I told you earlier that they controlled the United States. Even in the days of President Lincoln, they had him assassinated on the orders of Disraeli. And they then, of course, in later years, were able to elect one of the worst socialists we've ever had the misfortune to suffer under, Woodrow Wilson. Wilson was elected by a ploy. Of course, they got Teddy Roosevelt and the Bull Moose Party running as a supposedly third candidate to siphon votes off so that Wilson could be elected as a socialist president. Now, our eyes have been fixed on Moscow. We've been led down the garden path, ladies and gentlemen. All of the time we've been looking at Moscow, and we've been told what demons they are in Moscow. Rightly so. But all the time this was going on, the Trojan horse of socialism in Washington, D.C. has been stealing our country away from us. And in my book, Socialism, The Road to Slavery, I give you a full and factual description of exactly how this was done. In 1898, the Fabian Society, a socialist organization, sent Ramsay MacDonald, Prime Minister of England, to the United States to spy out the land. He came back and he said, there are two things in the way. You have a very strong middle class and you have the Constitution of the United States, both of which have got to be destroyed before we can socialize America. The first step they took was getting a socialist president in office in the form of Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson was controlled out of England by Sir William Wiseman, head of the North American desk of MI6. Now, in case you don't know MI6, it is the most powerful and the oldest of all intelligence agencies in the world. They taught the CIA. They taught the Vatican intelligence. They taught the French intelligence. They taught the Mossad. They taught the Cheka. Captain Hill of MI6 went out and set up the Mossad. And Captain Hill went to Russia and helped the Bolsheviks set up their single-cell apparatus. Sir William Wiseman was the controller of Wilson through Colonel House. Now, who is Colonel House? He was an unknown person who emerged out of Texas. His father served the Rothschilds during the Civil War, and he emerged out of the war as the only person in Texas who'd made any money. And House was sent to Washington in order to control the first socialist president, and he took his orders from Wiseman, and House lived but a few blocks away from Wilson, and above him, Wiseman had an apartment. And that type of control is not gone. It is still here to this very day, right now, as I speak to you. Other questions. Give us some examples of what you're talking. How do we know that what you're saying is true? I'll refer you to the great soldier son of the United States of America, General Douglas MacArthur, a great patriot, a great warrior, a great Christian. When Douglas MacArthur was in Korea, he and General Stratomayor of the Air Force devised a plan that would have put China out of action for the next 50 years. He submitted this plan to Washington. An arch-socialist, one of the most vilest preachers who ever walked this earth by the name of Dean Rusk, immediately summoned the President of the United States to a meeting in Blair House. And he said, Mr. President, we have seen the plan submitted by General Douglas MacArthur, and there's no way in the world that you can allow him to implement this plan. And Truman said, why not? He said, you know very well that anything that relates to China has to be cleared by the Royal Institute for International Affairs first. And he said, they don't want you to do this. And MacArthur was not allowed to carry out his plan. And 50,000 sons, beautiful Americans, were slaughtered on the battlefields of Korea needlessly because of orders from the Royal Institute for International Affairs. And that same institute is controlling President William Jefferson Clinton to this day. MacArthur was eventually bowler-hatted on the orders of the British government. I mentioned earlier the death of John F. Kennedy. Given the methods that are well known in intelligence circles of how to get rid of bothersome people, it would have been a very simple matter to make it look as though Kennedy had died of a heart attack or some other natural cause. Instead of that, in order to warn every president that would follow in his wake, every powerful person in this country in the know, you do not kick over the traces. You obey us, or you will see what will happen to you. Kennedy was publicly and brutally executed in a plan carried out by British MI6 under the control of Sir William Stevenson and his lieutenant, a Canadian citizen by the name of Major Louis Mortimer Bloomfield. Now, you won't get that in any of the accounts of the Kennedy assassination. You'll find it in my book, The Committee of 300. You'll also find it in my monographs about the Kennedy assassination. Who are these people? Sir William Stevenson ran American intelligence throughout the Second World War out of the RCA building in New York. His second in command, a Canadian citizen, Major Louis Mortimer Bloomfield, ran Division 5 of the FBI counterintelligence. You want examples of how Britain controls this country? I have given you them. I've also told you that every Secretary of State since 1919 is selected by the Royal Institute for International Affairs on the orders of the Committee of 300. Why is this? We go to these conventions and there's all the hoopla in the world. The balloons are flying, the straw boaters are in the air. Bush has been elected conservative president. Reagan has been elected. What happens in reality? The Secretary of State, who's charged with carrying out the policies, subverts each and every one of them. You show me a Secretary of State that has acted in the best interest of the United States of America since 1919, and I will give you the only money that I've got in the bank, which is about $1,500. You're welcome to it, because I know that you will not be able to do that. Every Secretary of State has subverted and acted in a treasonable manner towards the people of this great country. And when they haven't done it directly, they've done it through surrogates like Lachlan Curry, who ordered the military to jettison a shipment of arms destined for the great Chinese leader Chiang Kai-shek, to jettison overboard these arms in the Indian Ocean. And that's exactly what they did. We think that we elect our presidents. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not elect our presidents. They are selected for us long before we'd even heard of them. And I've given you 2 examples this morning of how this is done. The 300 office at Aspen keeps a tight control over every political event that takes place in this country. And it was this office, through Margaret Thatcher, that ordered President Bush to violate the Constitution of the United States of America and to violate his own personal oath to uphold the laws of the United States by sending our troops to the Gulf War against Iraq, a nation that had never done us any harm. And we did it by the dirtiest of dirtiest tricks. We got the daughter of one of the Al-Shabaab clan, there are over 400 of these people, and these are the most degenerate, disgusting people that you'd ever come across. The ruler has 140 wives. He doesn't have them all at the same time. When he gets tired of one, he says, I divorce thee 3 times, and she's gone. When the Iraqi troops came in there and they turned it over to the Red Cross in Geneva, 140 marriage certificates. This is the man that your sons and your daughters are propping up today in Kuwait in a most illegal manner, in violation of the Constitution of the United States of America. And Bush did a Texas two-step around the Constitution. He did not get the mandatory declaration of war. I'm not a lawyer, but I've studied the annals of Congress, the congressional globes, and the congressional records for 25 years. And in those pages will be found more wisdom, more in-depth information about the Constitution than you'll ever get from any law school. Anyway, most of the law schools have professors far to the left of Marx, and they don't know anything much about the Constitution. I talked to a few people, one lawyer in Congress, I said, what do you know about the Constitution? Well, I got 1 semester of law when I was at law school, and in that was something about the Constitution. Our Constitution is not even taught in the United States school system. Isn't that an utter shame and a resounding disgrace? Bush said the troops... Bush did not get a constitutional declaration of war. This is a very difficult area of the Constitution. It's probably one of the most complex areas of the Constitution. It's a 5-step process that involved both houses making separate declarations, then joint declarations, then the army has to be informed, and then the public has to be informed, and then we have to be told whether this is a private war or a public war, i.e. whether all the armed forces are going to be employed or only one branch. In so-called police actions, the President has 45 days to use only one branch of the service. Bush violated his oath of office by going to the United Nations, to which we do not belong, and getting them to give him a so-called color so that he could send our troops to the Gulf. Our troops to this day are in the Gulf illegally, in violation of the Constitution of America, and we're still paying for it. The story that the Gulf states put up all the money, you go and ask the General Accounting Office, as I did, how much money have they paid? We are still paying for the Gulf War, and now we've got another huge bill to meet, billions of dollars, for Clinton's fantasies, to go out there and support this disgusting Al-Shabaab clan. I don't know if you know the story of Kuwait. It's really a horrendous one. I don't want to get into that too much, but that land was stolen from the Iraqi people by the British imperialists. They came in and drew a line through the sand right through the middle of the most important oil fields that had just been discovered, the Rumelia oil fields. Thenceforth, this is going to be called Kuwait. And they brought up these tame sheikhs from Bahrain and put them in as the rulers. And since then, they've been stealing the oil off Iran, and the proceeds go to the British banks in the city of London for the Committee of 300. They're just doing the same thing now in South Africa with the gold. That's part of their tactics to gain control of all natural resources through the world. I also touched briefly on Giovanni Agnelli and Mrs. Clinton and how she had left her husband, and Pamela Harriman. Pamela Harriman, for her duties in getting Clinton elected, was given a plum job as ambassador for the United States to France. And this is what happens to the traitors. Patriots are punished and traitors are rewarded. Dennis DeConcini, who voted for the giveaway of our property in Panama and who voted for the crime bill and every other obscenity that is passed by the federal government in violation of the Constitution, he's now going to get a plum ambassadorship when he retires, on top of his huge pension of something like $200,000 a year. I've been asked whether Clinton will stay the full term. Yes, he will. Clinton will stay the full term because he's been given a job to do, and that is to pass certain far-reaching socialist measures. And he's been very successful in doing that with the help of so-called Republicans. I personally am not in favor of political parties. I'm like George Washington. He said, political parties are baneful, and in the long run they are harmful. What happened in NAFTA? A so-called conservative, Mr. Newt Gingrich, who I wouldn't trust as far as I could throw him, went out and acted as the floor manager, as the party whip in true parliamentary style, and he whipped up 132 Republicans, so-called, to support NAFTA. And no doubt he will do the same thing with this dreadful GATT treaty, which is coming up in a vote in the lame duck session. So he's going to run, and I'll let you into some information which I just got a few days ago from French intelligence. Clinton would not be able to run on his record or anything that he's done or anything meritorious. So what he's done, he sent emissaries, and this is the first time you're going to hear this. You might hear it in 1996, but this is the first time you're going to hear this now. He has sent emissaries to Iran to dig and promise huge sums of money to any of the Iranians who will come up with the actual documentation of the scandal where our prisoners were kept there until Reagan was elected the president. And if he can come up with this documentation, he's going to keep them. In 1996, he's going to come out and say to America, I have here documentary proof of how bad your Republicans are, President Bush and Reagan. Look what they did. And on the strength of that, he hopes to run in 1996. That's what he's doing now. He's taking the money that he's not entitled to, and he's using it to bribe the Iranians to come up with these documents. I don't know that they will, because I think they like him even less than I do, and that's saying a lot. What is the Clinton agenda? Clinton has been instructed to socialize America. And let me tell you that the enemy in Washington is more to be feared than the enemy in Moscow. I've said this for years. What does socialism do? It forces changes upon people that they do not want and do not ask for. And we've seen how dangerous that is when we look at the programs that were supposedly programs invented by the United States government and by the presidents. A man called Stuart Chase, an arch-Fabian socialist, wrote a book called A New Deal. Frances Perkins, who was the first female socialist cabinet minister appointed in the United States in the Roosevelt administration, she got hold of a copy of this book and she ran to Roosevelt and said, look, this would be a marvelous program for you. So in the 1932 and by the way, don't call them the Democratic Party because they are not. We are a confederated republic. We are a constitutional republic. In a confederated constitutional republic, you cannot have a Democratic Party. You can have a Democrat Party, and that's what we should start calling them. But she ran up, and Roosevelt was so enamored with this deal that in 1932 they hastily changed their platform, and he came out and announced his New Deal, which is a verbatim, word-for-word program taken from Stuart Chase's book, Socialism, A New Deal. Then when Kennedy came along, he adopted as a wonderful new program called The New Frontier. That just happened to be a book written by Henry Wallace, another Fabian socialist writer. Word for word, The New Frontier was co-opted as Kennedy's program. Then when Johnson came along, he came out and started talking about the Great Society. Now, what was the Great Society program? It was another Fabian socialist book written by another fellow called Graham Wallace, no relation to the first Wallace, name spelled differently. So here we have three presidents of the United States following an outright course of socializing the United States of America. And of course, every president, including Reagan and Bush, has continued along those lines. And what do we have? Our Social Security. That was called the Beveridge Plan. In 1942, when Britain had its back to the wall, was losing hands down to the German armies in France, they needed something to buck up the population. So Sir William Beveridge came along with this plan. He said, we're going to abolish poverty in Great Britain. And they started this Beveridge Plan, which is the basis of our socialist Social Security Plan. Note, I said socialist Social Security Plan. That's how we got it. It was co-opted directly from the Beveridge Plan, very eagerly embraced by Roosevelt. Socialism is a failure. Lenin was once asked, what is socialism? And he said, socialism, he said, no, he was, sorry, I got the story wrong. He was asked, what is communism? And he said, communism is socialism in a hurry. And we have creeping socialism in this country today, which has nowhere to go but to communism. In the New World Order, one world government. That is the direction that William Jefferson Clinton is pushing this country as hard as he can go. And GATT is an integral part of that. The socialist policies of England failed miserably. They got the great Professor Harold Lasky of the London School of Economics. I once was asked to give a talk there, and it was me against 600 hostile left-wing students. And I had a pretty torrid time of it to start with, but in the end I did get a very good hearing from them. But that same Professor Lasky was sent to the United States to see how the Constitution could be got around. And he said, there's one good way we have to do it. We have to break down this provision that says there's no transfer of powers between the three branches. And we have that happening every day. We have Clinton calling himself the Commander-in-Chief, which he's not. I sent a fax to Colonel Oliver North the other day, in which I explained in detail what the Constitution has to say about the Commander-in-Chief. I hope he was able to use it. He said that Clinton is not the Commander-in-Chief, but he was saying it for the wrong reasons, for personal reasons. The Constitution is perfectly clear on this. It says that the President shall not be the Commander-in-Chief until such times as called into actual service by the Congress. And in my studies I came across this proviso that that could only happen after a careful 5-step declaration of war mandated by the Constitution. And that is the sum and substance of the President's war-making powers. Unfortunately for us, during the time of the Civil War, Lincoln got the Congress to give him the power of habeas corpus, which is a privilege, by the way, not a right. And he was able to do things that were monstrous, which would never have been done. Why Clinton is telling everybody he's the commander-in-chief, it's not out of ignorance, as I pointed out to Colonel North in my facts. It's a deliberate, carefully crafted plan to get the people of the United States used to the idea that he is actually the commander-in-chief. And I tell you, he is not. The Constitution says he is not, and I can give you chapter and verse. Because should there a time come when he wants to take some drastic kind of action, he can then get Congress controlled by the Democrats, even a lame duck Congress, to give him the power of suspension of habeas corpus, and can say, as Commander-in-Chief of the United States Armed Forces, I hereby order XYZ to happen. It is a deadly danger, and we are fast asleep. I tried to alert Colonel North to exactly what's going on about the so-called Commander-in-Chief, and I only hope that he will put it to good use, because I do not have the same forum that he does. Anyway, socialism is a total failure. When it began to sink in England, they sent John Maynard Keynes, or Keynes. He said Keynes was a better word because it rhymed with brains, and this is the man who did in the economy of every Western country. And he came to the United States, and by his charm and good looks, he was a tall, well-spoken English gentleman, immaculately suited, connoisseur of wines and cheeses. And it was said of him that there was not a single lady who could resist his amorous advances. He was able to charm Roosevelt into giving the British government $3 billion to prop up their socialist programs. That wasn't enough. They then sent Harold Lasky and John Maynard Keynes for a second handout. This time they got $7 billion. And when Roosevelt was asked about this, he said, let's forget all of those silly little dollar signs. And the same thing is happening today in the field of foreign endeavor. We find a president giving away billions of dollars in foreign aid, which he is not entitled to do. I have searched the congressional records, the congressional globes, the annals of Congress, to find out if there is an empowerment for the federal government, our Congress, to dish out billions of dollars every year like a Santa Claus to foreign nations. And I could not find it anywhere. And where the Constitution is silent on a provision, it means it is a prohibition of that provision. What I did find was that when President Monroe was trying to get us involved in Latin America, he tried to get some money sent down there. And the Congress stood on its hind legs and said, this is a matter that's out of your purview. This is a matter for the Congress, and we deny you foreign aid because it's not constitutional. And that is what set Monroe at variance with the Congress. If you know his history, he spent his entire life fighting the Congress over that issue. Nothing has changed. The Constitution of the United States is immutable. I violently disagree with Justice Ginsburg, who says the Constitution is flexible. The Constitution is not flexible. Our founding fathers meant it to be an immutable document that would stand the test of the ages of time and foil people like William Jefferson Clinton and Roosevelt and every other dictator that is going to follow, unless we stand up and take back our states' rights. What is the political future of the United States? I told you that we are being forced into a one-world government, new world order, by the use of the word democracy and by the use of the word global trade and free trade. There is no such thing as free trade. The United States made itself great by its own manufacturing abilities. We had our people fully employed We had our people who could buy all the products that we made. We did not need global trade. If people wanted the privilege of selling on our markets, they had to pay customs tariffs. And did you know that up to 1913, all the money that it took to run the United States came from customs tariffs? We had no income tax. And in 1913, we had a surplus of $5 billion after all our bills were paid. Now comes Socialist Wilson, and the first thing he does, he calls for a joint session of Congress, and he said, we've got to stop this isolationist. Ladies and gentlemen, this word isolation is a smear word. It's intended to deceive you. We do not need global trade. We need full employment. We need our people back in full-paying jobs. We need our industries revitalized. We have today 40 million unemployed Americans, and Alexander King has stated the policy of the Club of Rome, followed slavishly by William Jefferson Clinton. Americans can forget about full employment in the future forever. 40 million, those are the real figures. We have 25 million people underemployed, people with great skills who are acting as doormen in hotels, flipping hamburgers, for God's sake. These people, and they talk, Mr. whatever his name is, Reich or whatever it is, he says, oh, the Clinton administration has created 2 million new jobs. Well, I don't like to pick on his size, but I think it's gone to his head, if you get the drift of my meaning. There's no 2 million jobs of any magnitude being created. He's talking about makeshift jobs. We have the biggest underpaid, underemployment class in the world today, and we have the middle class totally destroyed by the socialist administration, and Clinton is hand in glove with him and going along with him as fast as he can go. We have become the dumping ground for the world's products, and that has put our people out of jobs, reduced our standard of living, the object of the exercise being that one day we shall be no better than a third world country as far as our standard of living. Take the shoe industry. In 1950, only 4% of shoes sold in America were imported shoes. Every president that came along knocked down the tariffs against shoes, imported shoes. Today you have China, Taiwan, Malaysia. 84% of shoes sold in America come from those countries, which means a total unemployment in the shoe industry of this country of over 250,000 people. Isn't that a scandal and a disgrace? That we open our doors and allow these people who we subsidize with foreign aid to come back and dump their products and put our people out of work. In future, historians are going to say, this was the maddest nation on earth to allow this insidious war to be waged against them. And that's what it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is a war to the death for the United States of America. The only thing that is making it unrecognizable as a war, there are no big drums being beaten, there are no flags waving, but we are being insidiously destroyed in a trade war. And GATT is a coup de grace to kill off the American middle class for once and for all. And while in passing to GATT, did you know that one of the provisions, I've read the 26,000 pages of this GATT document, and I want to tell you, I don't believe a single one of our senators or our members of the House have read this document. One of the provisions that I found out is at birth, once GATT is in control, every child born in the United States will have to have an IRS number. Another thing that I found, the GATT financiers, and this is a massive bureaucracy, are going to come in and they are going to limit the type of dividends that you can earn on your investments from bonds. What happened? Immediately this news broke, the gnomes of the bond market took their money and they fled to Basel, Switzerland, and they put all their money in the Bank of International Settlements in gold, Swiss francs, and that's why you have the attack on the dollar going on today. This is a war to the death against the people of the United States. The Committee of 300 wants to reduce us through socialism into a nation no better than the third world countries. Look at this insidious GATT treaty. Do you know that the United States, the mighty United States, has one vote, the same as Kenya or Haiti, and we are going to pay 7/10 of the huge bill. And this organization is going to supplant the laws of this country. One of the provisions of the WTO is that their board will be able to go in and demand of individual states that they change their laws and take us to the courts if we don't do it. Where is the president who said he would uphold and protect the individual states and their rights to a republican form of government? This GATT treaty is one of the most insidious, unbelievable attacks on the United States that I've ever come across. Let me tell you that if the Russians were to drop a couple of nuclear bombs on Washington, and that might be such a bad thing, let me tell you that they could never hope to do the damage that GATT is going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to marshal every one of your resources. This GATT treaty has got to be fully debated. Once before, twice before, we were forced by the one world government, new world order into far-reaching situations that affected the national life and the character of our people without a national debate. The first one was the so-called United Nations question mark treaty. In 1946, this treaty was forced through the Senate by an exercise of arbitrary power. Arbitrary power is forbidden by the Constitution. Yet you have Comrade Dictator Mitchell, the leader of the Senate, saying he's going to allow about 2 days to debate GATT, which is 26,000 pages of documents. That is an exercise of arbitrary power. If we had any men of guts in the Senate, so-called conservatives, they would walk out en masse and say, we are not taking part in this effort to denigrate and destroy the Constitution of the United States of America. And you can imagine what an effect that would have. GATT will be allowed to be debated for 2 days, 26,000 pages, and some of the most insidious things that you've ever seen are in this document, and they all, every one of them, say GATT shall override all the laws of the United States. The President and our senators and our House members are supposed to uphold the law of the United States. If they sign GATT, they're guilty of sedition and treason. Period. That's it. This came as a natural outflow of the United Nations Treaty. I found there that 5 senators, listen to this for a disgrace, ladies and gentlemen, 5 senators actually read this United Nations document. Again, it was 53,000 pages long. 5 senators, and they had 3 days to read this document, and it was then rammed down the people of the United States. I want to tell you that we do not belong to the United Nations. One of the greatest constitutional scholars it was ever my great pleasure to speak with was the late Senator Sam Ervin, who told me there's no way under the noonday sun that we could ever have joined in the United Nations. We did not join the United Nations, and we do not belong to it now. I've written a little work called Is the United States a Member of the United Nations? And you'll find in there, I give you chapter and verse constitutionally why we cannot be. 1965, we had another national calamity without a national debate. The Democrats reformed immigration. Now notice, every time some far-reaching thing happens, then the socialists come along with the reform. It's to reform health, which, by the way, Lenin said a national health plan is the arch of socialism. So now you know where Clinton got his national health program from. He took it straight out of the Communist Manifesto of 1848. They were not satisfied with immigration as it was. The bulk of the people came from those who were related to the Jeffersons, the George Washingtons, the Davy Crockett's. They were not satisfied with that. without a national debate, without asking the people of this country by your leave. The Democrats in 1965 forced through an Immigration Reform Act that totally changed the face of the United States and will totally change us. And one of the architects of that was the same Dean Rusk, the swine who stopped MacArthur from bombing the Chinese back to the Stone Age, and, of course, Nicholas Katzenbach. I want to give you some statistics. Now, people have accused me, they said, you are a racist. First of all, the word racist is a very modern smear word. If you look in the dictionaries in 1919 onwards, it did not exist. What they really mean to say is you are a racialist, i.e. a person who's proud of your race. I'm not saying this against any group, any nationality. I want to show you how the socialists, without our permission, without a national agenda, without a national debate, will change the face of the United States. In 1984, the people from traditional immigration stock made up 74% of the total population. By the year 2080, less than 100 years from now, we will make up 39.5% of the population. And it goes on. The Hispanics were 9.4 in 1980, they'll be 15.4. The Asians, 2.4, will be 13.3 of the population. In other words, the traditional Americans of the Davy Crockett, George Washington, the people Monroe said would make a real contribution to America, will be in the distinct minority. And this is thanks to the Democrat Party, who in 1965, without by your leave of the people, changed the rules. And now they've got us blindsided by concentrating on illegal immigration. Illegal immigration is nothing. That's a small problem. The legal immigration that was authorized in 1965 without your permission, that's where the big problem lies. These statistics were provided to me by a man called Lee Bouvier, who was one of the leading advisors to a former INS official. And of course we know that abortion is another way in which the population is being diminished. I have challenged judges all across the country to show me in the United States Constitution, where is there provision for abortion? And I've yet to see. Oh, they say in the Fourth Amendment. Don't you believe it? The Fourth Amendment has nothing to do. It doesn't mention the word abortion. And where a word is not mentioned in the Constitution, it is a prohibition of that word. There's no such thing as free choice. This is a communist doctrine brought to this country by a woman called Madame Calonte. Madame Calonte you've probably never heard of, but she is the inventor, the author and the finisher of NOW and NARL and abortion. It's all in my book, Socialism, The Road to Slavery. Where do we stand now? I told you that we're in danger because the separation of powers mandated by the Constitution are being broken up every day. You now have the idiocy of Clinton having line item veto. That means if he doesn't like something, he can go and veto just that line that he doesn't like. That is breaking down the separation of powers forbidden by the Constitution. Also meddling in trade. The President has no right to be meddling in any treaty whatsoever. That is strictly for the House according to the Constitution of the United States. And I've dealt with the Commander-in-Chief situation already. We need to understand the seriousness of the Commander-in-Chief. Lincoln said that if we allow this title, he said, we are then putting presidents where kings stood. And he said one of the most hated powers of kings was their ability to make war at any whim that came to their mind. And if we do not stop this Commander-in-Chief nonsense with Clinton, that's where we're going to find ourselves. We are already there with Haiti, and we are already there with our troops being sent to Kuwait. I want to tell you that the cost of the Middle East peace so far, to you, the American taxpayers, is $38 billion, and the clock is still running. Jordan was given $4 billion to sign this treaty. The other nations have been guaranteed credits and all sorts of things that will bring up the total to $38 billion for this so-called peace accord in the Middle East to come about. Of course, it's doomed to failure, but that doesn't matter. In the meantime, it makes the President of the United States look good. We need to understand something. I told you today there's anarchy and chaos in Washington. That is because the United States government is a government of strictly limited empowerment. It cannot just willy-nilly go making bills. For a measure to be introduced into the House, it has to be in consonance with or in pursuance of something already in the Constitution. If it is not, it is unconstitutional. And I've looked at 3,000 bills passed in recent years, and every one of them are unconstitutional because they were new things that some lighter-than-air incendiary fairy-head liberal said, well, I'm going to introduce this into the Congress. I'm going to have this law passed, like Dinah Swinstein's 19 assault rifles banned. There's nothing in the Constitution that would allow her to do that. Specifically, the 10th Amendment is very, very precise, and I can quote you 54 instances where this is mentioned in the Annals of Congress, the Congressional Records and Globes. The 10th Amendment is a restriction on the federal government. Our founding fathers were very frightened to give unlimited powers to the federal government. Daniel Webster said we must cage them like a lion, must not give them unlimited powers. It is a government of limited powers, but particularly the 18 amendments. And just to make sure that the federal government would understand this, in the 18th Amendment, there's a little title that's very important. It says they can only do things that are necessary and proper. And I want to ask you, is rushing our troops off to Kuwait to protect the income of the decadent Al-Sabah family, whose money goes to the Royal Institute of International Affairs banks in London, is that necessary and proper for the United States to be doing? We don't get any benefit out of that. No. The 18th Amendment, necessary and proper. The 10th Amendment, the police powers of health, education, and police protection are entirely reserved for the states. And I can quote you 48 court cases from the Annals of Congress, from the statements made by the Founding Fathers. Those powers were never surrendered to the federal government. Therefore, the federal government has no business interfering in health matters, National Health Plan, no business interfering in crime bills, that's a matter for the states, and no business interfering particularly with the Second Amendment. I was in New York the other day on a radio program, and a very irritated, angry lady said she was a professor of law from Columbia. She came in on the program and she said, you don't know what you're talking about. She said, it's not a right to bear arms. I told her exactly what it was. And she said, well, if that's true, then voting is a right. I said, no, voting has never been a right. The only rights and the only civil rights we got are found in the Fifth Amendment. And that's all. Forget the 1868 Act. That was done when the United States, the southern states, were under occupation. They were occupied countries. Forget Nicholas Katzenbach's 1964 Civil Rights Act. The only civil rights we've got are those contained in the Fifth Amendment. And health, education, and police powers belong to the states. Mrs. Swinstein has no right passing a bill classifying 19 types of assault weapons. What is an assault weapon anyway? Any gun is an assault weapon. That's what you use guns for. You use it to shoot people or animals or protect yourself. Any gun is an assault weapon. A knife is an assault weapon. You know, now they have this poor, almost idiot Brady running around the country. They're using him shamefully to push for gun control. This man doesn't know whether he's Arthur or Martha at the moment. This is not an issue of gun control. This is an assault on the Constitution of the United States of America in total. You cannot take one part of the Constitution and attack it and exclude the others. And this is what it is. It is an attack upon the Constitution of the United States of America. We need to understand about GATT. I'd like to go back to that a little bit. Michael Carpenter, the Attorney General of Maine, and 46 other Attorney Generals of the states wrote a letter to Clinton last July, and they asked him, please, Mr. President, let us have a national conference of all Attorneys General of the states on this matter. Clinton refused to answer him. Instead, he got his Hollywood lawyer pal, Mickey Cantor, whose only expertise in the world is running around with a Hollywood crowd. He's a Hollywood lawyer. And suddenly, Clinton puts him in charge of trade. Trade wars, GATT, is piracy. It will destroy the livelihood of the people of this nation. What is the situation facing us right now? There's an attack on the dollar. The gnomes of the bond market are fleeing. I've written a work called The Economic Implosion, Year of Crisis, 1995, in which I predict the collapse of our economic system as we know it today, in pursuance of the GATT Treaty. One of the things I know for a fact that this will be an implosion, i.e. our system will collapse on the ground on which it now stands. It's not going to be an explosion that will scatter everything. And we know that GATT will come in and say how much you can get for your interest. They will also put the International Monetary Fund in charge of our finances, and banking in this country will be in the control of 5 major banks. That will help to control the situation and further destabilize the country. That is the aim and object of all of this. Once a nation is destabilized, it's very easy to deal with it and push it into a socialist new world order, a one world government. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say to you today, the time has come for us to recognize that we are 50 individual nations. We have all the rights of an individual nation. We gave only limited empowerments to the federal government. They have grossly, flagrantly violated the concord that we have with them. Therefore, we, the masters, have the right to go to Washington and tell them, the servants, henceforth, this concordat is severed, unless we understand from today all of these unconstitutional measures will be rolled back and a new system will come into being. The Federal Reserve Bank, that private enterprise bank, will be put out of business. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not anarchy. This is the God-given right of each of the 50 nations, of which the state of New Mexico is an individual nation. We are the only entity in the entire world that has a legal document that allows us to dissolve the federal government without resorting to violence and bloodshed. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you from my own experience that I have seen a rising tide in this country in the last 5 years. And I say to you today, in my closing remarks, let us catch the wave. My own plan is to form an organization, a foundation, if I can get people with money to back me, where I will teach what I've learned from the Constitution, what I've gleaned from the annals of Congress, the Congressional Globes, and the Congressional, to maybe 100 educators, lawyers, if you will, other people who are interested. Teach them what I know, which is enough for them to confound the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, not to mention those fairyheads we have in the House and Senate. They, in turn, will spread across the land, teaching others, and they in turn will teach others, until we have a grassroots movement that is spread across this nation of people who really know, not just to recite the Constitution, but know all of the provisions, the ins and outs, the nuts and bolts, who, when somebody like Mitchell says, we're going to give 2 days for this gap treaty to be debated, 1 million people will demand and tell him that you, sir, are exercising arbitrary power and you shall not be allowed to do this, and quote the Constitution. We could do that with every one of these unconstitutional measures. It is the federal government that is creating anarchy, not we, the people. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.